think it's live. Okay, welcome. So I've been away since April. This is my first stream since then. Very excited to get back. I'm only streaming on Twitch and YouTube this time around. It used to be LinkedIn as well, or even Twitter. So I'm just going to limit the number of channels for now. Let's get started. So today's topic will be complementary to the Udemy course that I recently released. See on my screen, it's creating thematic UI in Godot engine. So that's the course's name on Udemy. So I'm just gonna briefly talk about that. It's a 4-hour long course where you take chunks of the UI kit and apply those parts to UI components. So for example, you may have a label component and you turn it into a tooltip, tag, or notification. So these three don't exist in Godot. So you come up with creative ways to, to have components that you can utilize in your applications. Then we move on to other more complex composite UI cases. So the course is covering essentially UI skinning. So it's on sale for now, as it is usually with most Udemy courses. So if you can get it today, in the next 6 hours, you'll get it cheaper. Otherwise, get it at the normal price, so more help to me. So I'll turn down the music for myself. I'm hoping it's not too loud for you. You let me know. It's still kind of a trial run still for me. I have to get used to the streams again. I think I'm gonna do it once a week, possibly every Thursday. I might skip 1 week. I don't have material, but I want to keep it on the same day if possible. So today's main topic is taking either one of these dashboards and pretty much do the same work that I did in the course. So of course the scope will be different because the course material is working on or is using a simple UI kit where we have a much more interesting case here. I'm gonna probably implement this one. We'll get a closer look at this one. This has many more moving parts than the UI kit that I used in the course. So this is in essence what I couldn't cover in the course, or get a taste here, but sometimes people prefer, let's say, a bit more condensed session instead of watching a stream that would span many hours. No one maybe has that much attention or time. So instead, people buy a course where they learn about the same topic in a matter of a few hours, but it feels more complete, whereas this stream may go 5-6 hours and we may not even finish maybe one big section here. So I asked people, mainly on Twitter, which one of these examples I should tackle. I also asked the same question on LinkedIn, so the final tally is 50-50. So we have the same number of votes for each. So I guess I have to make that choice. This one is simple, the bottom one. It only comes with one interface. There's a simple menu here. And it happens that the menu items are also repeated here as what seems to be tabs. Maybe when you switch the course, this interface will change. But then you also have course here, exam, QA, and it's the same headers. So when people design these dashboards, it is usually about giving an idea. Maybe for each section on the left, maybe these tabs will change in real life. Maybe you'll have 6 here for one section, and then maybe 7 titles for a different section. Maybe there are actually 40 different pages in total. But here, the idea is, here's dashboard, it's the title, many more titles under a certain category perhaps. So this is actually a good candidate, a good starting point, but I think this is going to be more challenging. I think this is much more interesting. And if I think that Twitter maybe is, it should have more importance over LinkedIn poll results. This was also the winning vote, so let's go with this. So I have the files here. It comes with 6 different PSD files. I'm just gonna open first one. So this seems to be a page, but everything is labeled as admin panel PSD 1 to 6. So maybe we'll rename those files so we know what they represent. So this might very well be the first section of the dashboard, kind of like the dashboard itself. A quick view into things, maybe. So let's look at the next one. This one is statistics here. Just trying to see if there is actually a section here. There is not. We're not going to do the charts. We'll probably put some image. The placement of things, the alignment, that's maybe more important. We'll do the text part, of course. Between these two, top section remains the same. We can certainly deal with that. And here, I think the designer chose to use some of these, like say this PSD file, to talk about different components of this UI kit or design system. For example, in this product, check buttons are supposed to look like this, check boxes are like this, radio buttons, sliders, buttons, maybe even a drop down. So we could take some of these and implement them the way I showed in the Udemy course, because we are even tackling this toggle button, of course simple button. So this particular PSD file is exactly the material I covered in the Udemy course. So sorry for the background noise, garbage people. I guess the guy is having a rough day today, so he's throwing bins around. So like seriously throwing bins around. Next one is basic text. Maybe the text is supposed to be on 3 columns. This is not that important as far as our exercise goes today. It's just a simple header here. In essence, like here's a panel. It comes with an icon and some text, which happens to be here buttons. And here maybe this is some news. Maybe you are reading the detail of like some news, and I don't know, maybe there could be a picture here or whatever. Also, let's keep in mind we are going to do this in Godot. Often these PSD files are intended for web applications. So the goal is to get some ideas. You wouldn't want to necessarily implement a Godot application where you are reading newspaper material, but this has application vibes too. This could very well be a desktop application, and we could use Godot engine to create desktop applications. So I'm going to use some parts of this PSD to create Godot product where we will think of it as desktop applications. If such an application had maybe access to database records, you could be pulling them like this. So you have maybe sorting logic here needed, pagination. When we have time, if we have time, we could tackle even these scenarios too. This by default doesn't exist in Godot. There is no data grid in a sense like you have in C# or even like in JavaScript frameworks. You could have data tables. You don't have such a construct in Godot. There are ways to construct something like this with basic components. If we have time, we will get to this. Let me see if this is the last one. It is not. But this is something we can do. Imagine this desktop app that we are building has either a messaging section where we are sending out emails, or maybe we are trying to save something, some kind of record. Maybe we did some kind of, calculation. This might very well be a save your game interface if you were building a game. So give a name for your save game, and here's a bit of extra text. Save game example, this doesn't apply, but again, we'll mix and match things. So let's go to the first one. I think I'll call this dashboard itself. It's easier to remember. Okay. Let's have this open here. I'm gonna open this with I think I would like to use Affinity Photo or Designer. I thought I had. I guess I don't. Okay, Photo it is, which means I'm gonna have to work harder because I'm more used to Designer. It actually helps me export things. Okay, I'll do my best. So here's 100% look. So there is a difference between how this particular dashboard PSD looks and one of the PSD files, I believe the fifth one, sixth one. So in the sixth one, or last one, let's say, it has icons. The other ones look kind of off. There's even a bit of boo-boo here in the second PSD where there's some kind of a gap here which doesn't exist. It is part of the left menu system. The second PSD has this section sort of pushed out. And all the other ones have that orange as part of the left side. So there are some differences, so we will make assumptions and assume that this is the most clean case. So menu items are supposed to have an icon on the left side, and whichever section is the highlighted, kind of in focus, that has an orange line here. We'll go step by step. One thing that is for sure is select. I have to get rid of this color there. I have no idea. I might have to install Affinity Designer in the meantime. But let's see. Let's look at this one. This one. So we have maybe a left section that's including these three buttons, and a right section that has all this part with this text portion here. Or you could structure it so that you have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it makes much more sense that we have a left and right keys instead of a or kind of like a grid structure. Kind of doesn't matter, but these things usually this is where people get stuck or spend unnecessarily long amount of time, and this is why people have 6-hour-long meetings that turn out to be material for those office shows where People's productivity is defined by picking a color for a button. Like that's the most crucial thing for your customers. So in the meantime, I think I'm gonna divide this left and right. Let's see. There's also the kind of a blurred background case. Maybe we'll stick that in a bit later. So let's start. Here in Godot, I have a barebone like project. There's nothing going on, default stuff. So let's get started. So maybe all this might change later. So I'm just gonna call this for now. So we know we need left and right, so that sounds like Hbox. This Hbox is gonna be as wide as the screen itself. Let's pull rect. And I wanna have some kind of items for the left and some kind of structure for the right. For now, I'm going to simulate it by putting a color rect. This is going to be the left side. I'm going to keep it sort of whitish. Let's measure the width here. So this is going to be so I'm so used to Affinity Designer where I would read the width of this section. My eyes are going here to look for it. I don't have that. Maybe it's one of these views that I think it's called Studio. Info. That's color info. Okay. Yeah, because this is a photo editing application, right? The other one is the interface design tool. Without its metadata. Let me zoom out. Select this, it's actually extended. Do some arbitrary view ruler. Show rulers, Control R. So it's 200 pixels. Okay, that's good enough for me. So here in rect, I type minimum 200, and I need one more. It's gonna be. See if we can do this by expanding. I don't need to know the exact size here. It's whatever is left, which is expanded. So the difference, not the difference, the separation between these two is either 1 pixel or we simulate it by putting a border color. What I'm trying to say is we seem to have some kind of divider between these icons, and that seems to be the same kind of divider between the whole left section and the whole right section. So we could do that by changing the Hbox container separation to 1. It could be that. So maybe we could do the 1 pixel here too. We'll see. So I'm kind of blocking out sections right now. So the left side is also divided into 2. So that color rect should be Vbox container. So in the first node for Vbox container, we are going to have this structure, and the second will be something like this. So we could still keep the color rect here, but that has to be wrapped in the Vbox container. I'm trying to type Vbox without actually opening an interface. Here we go. So this is still going to be the, let's say, bottom section. I need another color rect, so I'm going to put this here. I'm going to create it. So maybe this is going to be 0 to 50, let's say 60. Okay. So the first color rect will be 60 in the Y. Okay. By the way, when I did the Vbox structure here, it happened to be the second item, so we have to put that as the first item, so it is listed on the left. It's like the first, this one, then this guy. Let's change the color. So if this is coming after the first color rect, or which is color rect 2, this red one, then it's going to be rendered as the second item. So the order matters. So this is the top section, this is the bottom section. For this one we can do vertical expand, and let's pick a different color, something like this maybe. So this is that icon section. Similarly, we have one maybe here, or maybe we don't, I don't know. We seem to have. This is where it's gonna be interesting, because that color, it's blending in so well. It's as if, do you even have that separation here or not? That's why it kind of makes sense to have this structure versus grid structure. And by grid structure, I mean there's a grid container where in one grid container you could put 4 structures in this order, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's going to render them, but you can only have one horizontal and one vertical separation. Imagine if there is not supposed to be separation between these two, it would actually still apply it, because they would be both part of the same grid container. So you would kind of want that separation for these two, which would then apply to them as well. Here we are kind of cluttering it here, but you have some visual fidelity. Hey, John K, or I might have Turkish viewers. I'm assuming you're a Turkish person. John K or Can. My cousin's name is John in Turkish, but a lot of people I meet here and I introduce him, they always pronounce his name Can. That's more English. And we have Godot Dev. Welcome to the stream. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat, up with the conversation. If you think the background music is too loud, let me know. I'm getting used to this again. Since April I haven't streamed, so things might be a little bit rusty. So okay, so let's simulate something like this for this red section as well. So maybe we need something like this. So I'm going to shamelessly duplicate this. And in fact, I'm going to delete this one here. Stick this one inside there. Not quite like that. So this Vbox container now is supposed to have expand. And this is going to be taking its measurements from here. But this one didn't have expand set here. Okay. You can also pick a different color here, maybe something yellowish. Okay. So now we have the 1, 2, 3, 4 as the core sections. So just blocking things out. So now when we look at these PSD files, we have the, let's say, the scaffolding done, because the content section here, which is this red section, that's going to be dynamic enough. All the other cases look simple enough. Maybe this text may change depending on what you choose on the left, but they look mostly static. So this is a good starting point. So maybe we'll do these icons. I hope I won't have much trouble exporting them. Again, I might have to utilize Affinity Designer. In fact, I think I'm going to kind of download that on the side, because I have a feeling I'm going to need it. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Affinity products are from serif.com. It's a good alternative to Photoshop. So I have to, I think, log in and download my stuff. Let's see. It just has better tools for exporting, in my opinion. And maybe in the chat you can write to me about your level of knowledge in Godot, what you have done, what you would like to do, while I'm downloading and building it. Because I think I have new viewers today. Affinity Designer, download. Let's see. I think I'm also going to enable the timestamps for chat, because might help me. Okay. So roughly 6 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, you guys joined and said hi. The worst case scenario for me was someone wrote something and it took me half an hour to notice it, so that's why I turned on the timestamps. So it's downloading. I'm also going to look at other things here. I'm going to strategize. So let's look at this one. So there's an icon here, right aligned. That seems to be part of this area, yellow area. So we could position it. So that's that. Let's go to 6 here. Fonts. Okay. I don't know why this looks extended here. I think we are gonna conclude the app here. I'm not gonna include this side or this bottom section. We're gonna most likely take advantage of margin container for this content area. There seems to be always some kind of padding here. So as I explained in my Udemy course, the word padding and margin are kind of interchangeable in Godot. In web, this sort of pushing the content in of its borders is padding, but I think Godot people call that margin. Margin in web means you are giving space away from the border, like from here on outward is margin and inside is padding. That's always called margin in Godot. So when I say padding, I actually mean margin in Godot terms. By the way, I think the app has been downloaded. Let's run it. Yes, please. You could be using any other app to export the icons that we are going to see. Just like using Affinity tools over Adobe tools. You could be using Figma if your UI is there. You just have to have the necessary parts exported. Setup completed successfully. That's good news. I have a product key, paste. Another product key, paste. Just one more sec and we are good to go. I'm already registered, so just do it for me. Okay. So we are good to go. I'm gonna download these later. There are some dependency files. I don't need them right now. Stream. So let's try to reopen this PSD file in. I think I'm gonna import this here because this has the most complete icons, right? That's it. So let's zoom in a bit. Let me get rid of this section here. Do I need all this? I don't. I do that here, right? Studio. I don't need assets nor appearance. Okay. Now I can actually click things. A bit easier, I hope. This might be grouped. This is the background. Okay. Trying to click this area to see if it was exactly 200 pixels here. I'm hoping to see. Why is it selecting this all the time? Even though it's locked. That's annoying. Okay. You know what? Let's turn you off. And I'm gonna select something else. Maybe what I'm trying to select is locked too. There you go. It's locked. That's. So this is 253 width. Well, of course, we could snap this here, right? Let's turn on snapping too. So let's snap this here, and now this should say 203. So I was close enough. We'll still keep it 200. But now we have the exact measurement. So there is nothing to click here. What I'm trying to click is the background image, which is locked. If you want to get a perfect width here, we won't. But what we can do here is, what is this blue area here? That's a guide, okay. So our app is 1380 pixels. So let's go type that in window 1380, and let's do Control R, and let's do 800. Okay. So when we run our app, select currents. It is confused because I never saved it. Okay. Create folder. Let's call it scenes. This is the app. Run it. Current. Yep. So this is the basics. So now we are gonna put some icon here, some icons here, build a menu, and then move on from there. So let's start by exporting the icons. Close Affinity Photo. Here. This guy. So I selected this. I have to export this now. In Affinity Designer, if you do export, is Control Shift Alt S. We can do it here. Okay. By default, it exports the whole area, which is, the whole document as the area. We don't want to do that. So you'll have to do selection only. Unfortunately, it doesn't remember this as the last selected option. So if I do this export and come to this document plus icon here, I'm going to have to do this again and again. Instead, you could designate areas here in this slice or export persona, and that way their slice information will be kept. So that. So we selected it. Okay, right click, you create slice. Now this is perfectly aligned. You might have to adjust it maybe 1 or 2 pixels. I'll actually get a feeling maybe this should be 27 by 7, because I can already see there's a bit of a problem here with this pointiness, right? Even the bottom doesn't look aligned to my eye. After 20 years of doing this sort of thing, there's at least 5 pixels of difference there. Nevertheless, you switch this tab on, and in slices now we have the clock as a slice. You can click this and you can export it. This saves you from the trouble of reselecting it, because sometimes you adjust things and you have to re-export it. Here, this area is always the clock export area. There's a bit of preparation like that. So let's select this guy too. Right click. So this one is 24 pixels, so it's already 3 pixels short. This one is 30. So I wasn't too far off. I said 5 pixels, it's 6 pixels. So if you vertical align them, then this sort of height difference is not going to matter, because they're always going to be taking as much space as needed and vertically centered. That's not going to be an issue. In cases like that, you can get away with different sizes, so it's actually okay. What is maybe not okay sometimes is if these things have shadows, and you have to make sure that the slice is including shadows too. And I'm saying that maybe, I want to emphasize that because it's a much more important thing when it comes to. I'm gonna digress here a bit. Zoom in. Okay. So this is gonna be a stream about some conversation, some pain points you might come across, and I'll take my time and apply some stuff, but also when it's relevant, I want to discuss some stuff. Now, it may not be the case here, or I already see it may be the case. When you export a button such as this one, and this seems to be the hover state, or that's the press state, who knows? Maybe this is the hover state. It's kind of hard to know what they intended to do here, because then you have 2 more states here. It's hard to know what these 2 states do here in relationship to this 3, right? But assume in the hover or the press state you have some glow or shadow effect. You choose a slice area just enough to cover the normal state of the button. That width and height should be the same for all the other states too. If it's not, then it's gonna start to look awkward, like when you interact with while doing hover and press. The graphics will be changing and they will look like there's some kind of flickering because the size is changing. Like your total button size is not changing, but the underlying graphic is mismatched. The size is not fitting the expected size. So when you export the states, you gotta make sure all the states have the exact width and height. So you always assume the worst case, worst offender. You always pick the width and height that actually has the most effects displayed, all the shadows included, whatever. And then you try to take that width and height and apply it to the basic cases, which means if there's going to be some kind of gap, usually at the bottom or on the right side, between the actual button and the exported slice, that's still okay because it's going to be transparent. But the transparency will include the shadow in the hover or the press case. So it's still going to be okay, but you gotta respect the size. It may be the case for like maybe these situations, like there's some kind of a line here, which I think is still part of the area. But you should be careful. So, that being said, that is not the issue here. There is actually no issue, so we can just export these guys. So clock, I believe I'm going to export it to the repo that I have here. So for this, since the course is about themes, I'm going to assume that we are building a theme. This theme will be let's say 2022 theme, or welcome back to stream theme. Okay, so I would like to keep the theme files inside the theme itself. So we are going to put the resource file here. I'm going to show that soon. We should also put the graphics in here too. So this folder is going to be the whole chunk, right? You kind of take that with you, and then it comes with all its resources in a sense. Here we can create more folders. You could call this resources or graphics or assets. It doesn't matter. Maybe let's call it assets. And here, if you want to break it down by component names, that's also possible up to you. Because you're going to have a button normal, button hover, and button pressed. So that's already 3 pieces of graphics for one component. And that's just a simple button component. You might have different types of button components, as we will discuss, like toggle button. So it might make sense to group them inside properly labeled component folders as well. For now, I'll just dump this here, but I'll do something nice for myself. At least this is going to be an icon, okay? So it's not just going to be clock. So everything that is an icon will have a prefix like this. So it's icon clock and file plus copy. That actually looks more like an icon new document. Okay, maybe new mail or something, new documents. And this is going to be email open. So this is going to be icon emails, let's say. Okay, so let's try to do this in Godot first. So here in this section, we are going to replace this color rect with Hbox, because that seems to be the best candidate for now. So here, let's include Hbox. Let's delete this guy. Let's move this to the top. That had a minimum size which was 60. So let's put minimum size 60. Right now it's empty. We need to put 3 things. And we also need to give space, maybe 1 pixel. So, kind of thinking the next step, but let's start with those. So texture icon, so texture rect is what we can do. Should I already make them buttons? That's what I was thinking. Let's start with this step by step. So this first item here, texture rect, is gonna need a piece of texture. So themes, welcome back, assets. This is going to be block. Okay. And then I will duplicate that and assign. Well, I ended up choosing emails there, so let me push this as this last item. New document is going to be this one. So they seem to be very snugly there. I don't like that. They should be spread apart. Vertical line, there's still some work to do. But I want to go back to the question. I'm just not sure how far I will go with this today, whether I will continue this work in the next streams or not. I was just debating in my mind whether I should make these buttons, whether they should open something in the content area. I don't think I might have enough time to implement functionality. This stream is a complementary stream, which is about showing how to skin things. How it's not about making a functional dashboard or functional Godot application, right? So that's a separate effort. Maybe with simple cases I can later change, like, you know, these texture rect instances with button instances, but let's keep it as texture rect for now. The proper name at least. You don't really have to either, but let's do it. Document, new document. And this is going to be emails. Okay. Let's focus on how we are going to align them and make them look decent. Now we already have horizontal fill and vertical fill for the Hbox container. Minimum size is 60, and the size is already being, you know, the size is already 200 because of some other mechanism. So we don't have to type that in, but Godot fills these for you depending on other selections. But it says if we gotta do something for the individual items here. So if we do horizontal expand for this clock icon, this is going to take as much space as possible horizontally. This is not going to leave much room for the other two. So maybe this guy is saying, well, what about me? I want to take some space too. This guy is also saying, well, I want my share too. So they did, you know, they are now taking equal amount of space, but they are not centered. So this is tempting to click. That's not going to do anything, because what we are doing here is defining the relationship of this item, texture rect, the relationship with its parent. When you say expand here, when you choose expand, you want this to expand and take as much space as possible within the limits of its parents. So this is kind of an awkward case actually. This is a bit of an interface problem here, because you think these being checkboxes, you think you can actually combine these, and more often than not, and I almost want to say never, having this or this nor this nor this, any one of these multiple selected combinations, they won't work. This should have been done as a radio button, so you can either have it expand, shrink center, or shrink end. So that's a kind of a weird case there. So you guys are confused about that, I think rightly so. I'm gonna undo the expand parts and investigate the shrink center, and maybe even start with the new document, which is the middle case. This is again not doing anything because you are thinking maybe, well, this should sort of be centered, right? Hoping that this is going to be kind of pushing the mail icon to the right, block icon to the left, and it should be centered. Unfortunately, it again kind of doesn't work like that, because you gotta employ some other combinations, and sometimes these two work separately. Unfortunately, since those combinations are kind of getting very, very numerous right now, it's not easy for me to simulate. But we gotta do something about this. That's for sure. Now, this was actually a good starting point. Let's see if we can do something here. Maybe sometimes you could get lucky depending here. If this was a piece of text, let's say, if this was a label component, you would want the label to occupy as much space as possible. Something like this. Or in the case of like having all these three expanded, right? If this component was label and you chose text align center, then the text would be perfectly centered inside this orange area. So we kind of want the same thing for the texture rect, and I'm looking here if we have something like that, and we do. So when you do stretch mode keep centered, this is the equivalent of horizontal and vertical align center for a piece of label. In fact, I'm going to disable this. I'm gonna put piece of label or a label node. Move this one up here and type some text, and I'm gonna choose size flag expand, and that was supposed to work. Idea wise, the other one works similar to what I'm trying to do here. Okay, that was certainly missing. And here, this is what I'm trying to do. Okay, the text that I'm trying to type is just too big for that area, so let's just say text. And this should be centered. Okay, the text was just too large. The idea is still the same. So fill, expand, and by default, label doesn't have this set. And in fact, I think it had a different combination. Yeah, it actually by default, it thinks it's shrink center. So it's vertically centering itself according to Hbox container. But what I want to do is don't do that. Take as much space as possible, but I'm going to vertically align you text-wise, not component-wise, let's say. So this is the same thing that you do. Like the combination that you have here for label is the same thing that we do now with the texture rect by choosing stretch mode keep centered. This is the combination. That's why kind of have to play sometimes with these things. They still do the same job, but their defaults are different. In a texture rect, its vertical default is fill, whereas in label the default vertical is shrink center. So that's when you have to be careful. But the combination in the end will be the same. That doesn't change. Like this is still the same setup we have here. We're just centering it in a bit different way. Anyhow, so the trick that we have here for the icons is keep them centered. And I believe I've already applied this. Perfect. Okay, so now we have perfectly vertically and horizontally centered buttons. taking a coffee break. If I have time today, I think I'm going to be streaming for another 4 hours. I might take questions as well, so shoot them in the chat. If I could get to them, either during this or another session, I would like that. So let's apply background color. So here is this object. Let's go to the other persona where we can get to see the color. I believe that color is this. This is not my default. I normally do what, sliders. Gonna need this guy, yes. Copy. So we could apply that background color either for each icon, or we could have it applied to the Hbox container. Let's strategize it a bit. That might very well be the same background color for the left side, the menu too. Seems to be. However, on second thought, there seems to be some kind of texture applied here. I will ignore that for now. I can see some wave-like texture here. I'm gonna ignore it and assume that these two are the same. Maybe I'll make this a shade lighter, because these two look the same, and definitely this one and this one, they look lighter than this one. Anyway, I have the color selected, which is this section. Let's go to Godot. So maybe that's the background color for Hbox container. So how do we apply that? Now we can use color rect again. In fact, I'm going to choose this color rect as my guinea pig and apply that color, and maybe even do this for this color as well. Now I'm going to add that to the color list or swatches, and later I will update these two colors to the lighter tone, but I save this here so I can apply it to. Now if I put a color rect instance inside Hbox container, then it is going to be considered as another item to render, so there are going to be 4 children here. That's not good. This is something that was discussed in the course as well. Some components come up with a choice where you can change its background color. I'm looking at the options, this component's themable options, and there is only one option, which is the separation value. So you need to make this as part of another structure where the background color could be changed, and a good candidate for that is a panel component. So maybe inside Vbox container, this Hbox should not be the first child. We need a panel container. Here's a panel. Hbox should be part of this. Panel should be the first. And let's not forget that its minimum Y should be 60. Okay. By the way, that 64 Hbox container is still here, left over. It's okay, you could remove it or not. What is actually happening here right now is the position information is way off, because when you are moving things in and out of nodes here, Godot is calculating things, and here it is actually at Y position 800 in the negative. It's way off the screen, but also we'll use a shortcut here because we want this Hbox container to occupy as much space as this panel, which is represented here. So let's do that, and then maybe we won't have to worry about how to calculate this, right? So let's do full rect, and everything is adjusted perfectly. Now the background color looks dark. And that's because the panel has a default background color. You can override it here in styles and do flat. That's the perfect candidate. And here in the flat color, we will choose this color. Now that's done. With 1 pixel difference sort of not being there, you know, that's besides that, I think this looks as close as we see it here. Also, for some reason, I think in the PSD file, this male, the flippy part, it looks white. Let's assume that is always gray, you know, brown like that. And besides that visual difference, I think this is as close as you can get. Of course, we'll include the dividers too. We'll see how we can do that. But I think I hope you've seen that you know, starting with basic blocks and having pixel perfect accuracy is not that hard to accomplish in Godot. I'm thinking of the next steps for now. The dividers, for example. Now we have two maybe ways to go about this. One is maybe we want to be smart about Hbox container and we want to pick some like separation value, just, you know, good enough, perfectly measured, that simulates that 1 pixel. Right, the way we did it for this, there is already 1 pixel separation, which seems to be giving this divider effect. The same goes for the whole Hbox, where we have the left section and the right section, and in between there's 1 pixel difference. Now, because I could, I think, call it background color. Like Godot's default interface color is this gray you see here. That's the gray that is leaking through, and that's what you see thanks to that 1 pixel separation. In fact, I'm going to increase this so you can see what I'm talking about. So now that's 12 pixels in between these two structures that is revealing this background color. Let's do 1. So this is a cheap trick where you don't have to apply a different structure underneath. So if we go that way about this Hbox container, we say it's 1 pixel, okay? It's hard to see what's going on, and I'm going to increase it. Nothing seems to be happening. That's because we are actually creating the gap between the structures, but the color that we get to see is the color of the panel, because Hbox separation itself doesn't have a color. It only reveals the color of the structure that it's sitting on, which happens to be this color. So, by the way, since we are dealing with colors, I would like to change the color of these two so that we get something, you know, nice. So let's see, shape 1. When I select these, it doesn't change. So like it is the same color. And yet my eyes are saying it's not is because I see it's one of those illusions. Okay, I'll call it as a sort of like an illusion thing. For now, just for argument's sake, I'm going to pick a lighter color. I'll change it back. I think you guys are getting my point about separators revealing the background color, because having these change to a different color is not going to do any good here. So this could have been 1 or 7, it doesn't matter. So if you're going to go this way, then you need to have that panel color to look like that sort of light brown. Sort of like this. Which kind of happens to be the color in the content area. As if like the whole app should be inside a panel with some, you know, like this lighter brown color. However, at some point, this, like by virtue of being inside this panel, this having a dominant brown color, this is going to cover that light brown color. In fact, that's actually exactly what's happening right now. So, solution sort of in between this is, inside panel, you throw a color rect, but you render it just under Hbox. So that might be a solution. And you go into positioning kind of issue. Let's actually simulate that, and then I'll show you either the usefulness or the uselessness of that method. So we want to render this just under Hbox containers. I moved it before Hbox container. We also want this to be taking as much space as possible. Now, maybe I'm going to do this like 100 pixels, so it's somewhere in between, right? In fact, I'm going to move this maybe 50, something like this. I just want to show the divider effect here again. So having the divider go up is not doing much. In fact, there's also something else going on here. Because Hbox container is in effect a transparent component, I get to see the whole color rect is here. So, but I want to only see the divider itself. So if I'm going to use color rect as kind of a background structure where the divider is kind of like the mask, that is also not possible either. So nevertheless, having color rect is maybe not a bad idea, but where it's used might be kind of a weird, case. What if the color rect is part of Hbox container? It just happens that its size is 1 pixel, and I don't know its why yet. Maybe I don't want to decide that yet. This position is also a moot point. I will just remove this too. I just want to put this here between clock and new document. I want to duplicate this. I want to put it in between document and emails. And then I'll come here and say, well, before I introduce color rect as 1 pixel, I was choosing separation 1 pixel because I thought that was going to be my divider. But now I am manually filling that gap. I'm simulating it by putting some substance, like something substantial. So this should be 0. So now you have the perfect color and perfect separation. And maybe this should be, if this is going to be that color, I don't know. The same goes for the other one. This one. And now we have that divider perfectly colored, everything is perfectly aligned. It's one HBox container necessary to hold these 5 items like this, and then also necessary to be put inside a panel with a stylebox flat color applied to simulate the background. So this is a good moment to stop and discuss something important. So far, I may have looked like I focused too much on one section, one little corner here, and that is actually true. And I seem to have found a solution that looks good enough. But I might have also solved a problem that is kind of unique to this case, right? Sometimes you will either replicate all this effort for different sections of the app, and you will find it equally tiring, tedious. You know, you may feel like at some point it's counterproductive. Maybe there is going to be a general solution, a much better solution. In fact, there might be. That is all part of the work, unfortunately. The ideas that you are creating here, you may apply them later on to different sections. So that's something you also have to keep in mind, that sometimes the right solution comes up organically. Maybe having that panel background color might be a good solution for the overall app. And you will most likely come back and then refine things here. Maybe you'll take some items out. You may find that this whole exercise might have been necessary in that sense. You find out as you go. And over time, in the next maybe, I don't know, 5-10 interfaces down the road, maybe you know how to start better. So that will also come naturally. I'm kind of intentionally making mistakes here so that I could have something to talk about. But even when you are experienced, it's as if every PSD file is kind of a unique case. You feel much more confident. You've seen enough cases. You feel like you can recover easily. But there's hardly any time when I start from the like with a blank canvas and finish the work in one go. Like there's never going to be anything like that. So you are going to have to deal with theme overrides, size flags, different structures. That's all part of the work. I'm saying this because I often hear people get frustrated. So writing program code, or like say writing game code, may have more definite rules sometimes. Like kind of know when it works, doesn't, like the game gives an error. This is sort of the work that I'm doing right now is a bit aesthetics, is a bit rule based. The combinations are kind of like, you know, it's simple enough, but in a sense you have a different kind of complexity going on. Okay, so with the rambling done, should I tackle the left menu or not? I think I could start exporting those icons. So that would give me enough energy to think of the potential problems that are coming down the road. Because I already see what might be coming as like, let's see. But this is also your chance to tell me about your Godot experience. Or just generally, maybe you're a designer and you see beautiful dashboards. So whatever your experience level is, type it in. So this is the icon for dashboard. So I'm going to go to Export Persona. If this is the right icon, create slice. 21 or 22, 21. Let's just select this one. I want to, okay, 22, 22. So maybe they are supposed to be 22, 22. What is this? Really? Let's go to 6. Yeah, that's really the icon. I thought maybe the graphics editor had a boo-boo, but no. Because here the PSD is rendered as raster, like it's rastered. Here it's editable, right? So I thought this was some kind of editing mistake. So what I'm gonna do, can I take that part out? Curve. It's the curve. Media. I think I'm going to assume it's this. I just want to have something consistent. So 22, 21. This is the 22, 22 case. Ideally, I would like to have them all the same size. So why is this 22, 21? This is 22, 22. Most likely this this thing here, right? I'm going to make this 22, 21. I think I changed it by clicking this. Let's squeeze it from top. Or not. What am I doing wrong here? Well, okay, bye spammer. Well, I haven't streamed since April, but one thing that has not changed is the spammers. First of the day. I remember being able to change the like I could drag this, not like that, but the handles to resize it is this. So why can't I do that with this? I can. Like I wasn't able to a second ago. Okay, so that's kind of an off thing anyway. So there's usually more gap between the bottom and the actual graphic here, so it's kind of very close to the top. This looks very close to, and it's the same gap. So it's gonna cut off this sticking out gray part. I don't care. This is the size. It's 22, 21. Okay, this is the 22, 21. In fact, this is close enough, so it's fine. There's usually some like subpixel thing going on sometimes. Maybe the original PSD is not aligned like that. It's okay. Here is a case. This is what I want to discuss. This was one of the problematic things that I thought was going to come up, and this is now the right moment to discuss. Let's go back to this persona. As you can see here, the pages section in the left menu is active. So this PSD doesn't do justice to what you see in the content section as opposed to what seems to be selected on the left side, right? But assuming we are visiting the pages section, this is the active part. The icon is whiter, the text is whiter. So now when you're going to export these icons, you need to export two sets. One is the off state, the other one is the on state. So keep that in mind. Suddenly you will find yourself like, oh, your work is doubled now. And if your app offers a hover effect, there's the normal unclicked, just this state. Maybe the hover state looks different than this selected state. So then you have 3 cases for each icon. So keep that in mind. Naming convention becomes very important. So we will no longer have icon, let's say clock or icon dashboard, but we will have icon dashboard off and on, and maybe normal hover pressed. So that may be important. For now, I'm thinking what I should do here. I don't know how they changed the color for this. Did they do a color overlay? They did. So maybe what I'll do is I will temporarily remove the color overlay for this icon, export everything as off, and then maybe if I have time I'll actually switch the color overlay for all these icons and re-export them as on cases. For now I'm going to remove this. This is, I believe, white. So it's just clicking this, so I'm gonna remove it. So let's go back to this area. This was already sliced. We'll choose this. I already predict some maybe adjustment here, maybe not. No, I'm kind of lucky, but then I'm not, because this slice is also misaligned. You want to have the bottom having the margin. Okay, so we want to move it 1 pixel down. Okay, I moved the graphic up, which actually gave enough space. There's always some kind of... Wait a second. Okay, now it's done. I think I did something then. Let's click this, create slice. See, this is a problem case. So I will now come here and do 1 pixel down. It's okay. You have the top part cut off. The bottom seems okay. Create slice, same size, okay. And also, if you are the developer, these are the pain points you'll have to communicate with your designer. You will ask them maybe to align things or to re-export things. If you are the designer, also these are the things you have to deal with. So now, let's go and export some stuff. So from top we have dashboard, which is let's select this. This is marker 1. So we are gonna do, assuming I'm gonna do on and off, I'm gonna call this one icon dashboard off. Okay. We have posts. I don't know if we have posts here. The labeling here depends on how the layers are labeled. So if you change your layer names, the slice names will match it, which is gonna be easier to find. For example, here this is like the note icon, but the intention is this is for posts. So maybe you wanna keep things consistent. Posts off. And then we have media, which is camera here. So let's do a few more. Let's actually do all of them. Pages off. Because the labeling is not done properly, I cannot take advantage of exporting all the slices. This is for comments. Okay, off. Is appearance, which is labeled as calendar. That was the calendar looking icon. The reason why I'm insisting on the section name here as the file name. For example, I'm typing icon appearance for the reason that this icon is intended for the appearance section. In other words, this icon and the text itself, clicking this area will open appearance section in the application, right? It doesn't matter what kind of icon I'm using. Instead of a calendar icon, if I use a shoe icon, it is still going to open appearance page. So the icon is for appearance. So you shouldn't label it after how it looks, but what it's supposed to do. So that's another good tip for you when you label things. The intention may be more important. Another important thing I can talk about right now is it's not something I discussed at the beginning, but you're already seeing. All these files are of PNG type. It's not JPEG, it's not GIF, because GIF doesn't have enough colors. Mind you, these icons or the graphics generally are simple enough, but you're not going to have enough colors, or if you're using gradient, you're going to lose that. There's not enough color information in GIF. With JPEG, you're losing transparency. So PNG has the best of both worlds here. So use PNG. Now, what am I doing here? This is for plugins. And then we have users. On, users, off. If I have time later, I will apply color overlay white, and I'm going to export the on cases for these icons. For now, we just need the off cases. Settings. And that's going to be off. I think I've done everything. Let's go to Godot. It did its thing. It imported its assets. Now might be a good time to maybe put all those assets inside icons folder. Go organize a bit. When I move those icons inside another folder, I didn't have to reassign these graphics. This is really kind of absolute beginner for kind of like for those of you who don't know how Godot really functions under the hood. This is still rendered because this path has been automatically updated for me. So this has a reference to the resource. So I take this path. So before I moved it, there was no icon slash here, so it was pulling it from assets. Now it updated this reference for me, so it's smart enough to do that. But you gotta be careful. You have to move these assets here in this file system section. If you use your operating system file management tool, Godot is not going to know where those files have moved, because you are kind of doing it behind his back. So be careful about that. So you move things around in Godot to update the references, so keep that in mind. So that's that. Now, what's our game plan here? Pardon the pun. So I want to construct this area, and maybe again I'm not going to focus on this yet. Just want to be able to do the bulk, because when this app is first launched, you're most likely going to see the dashboard here in the main content area, which means as if this is clicked, and the dashboard will most likely not have any expanding area, right? Pages, it has expanding area here, right? Dashboard won't. So even if I go with the on cases later, most likely when the app is opened, this is going to be lit, it's going to be on, everything else will be closed, and maybe when we press pages we'll expand some section. Again, this sort of mechanism doesn't exist in Godot either. This is like an accordion menu. This stream is about skinning things, not creating crazy functionality like that. If there is time, maybe I'll get to it. For now, how do we create something like this? Now we could use Vbox again. In fact, that's a good candidate. Then how do we represent the icon? So inside Vbox, we could have mini Hbox container nodes, where the first item in Hbox will be an icon, and the second one will be a label to represent the text. However, you can't really click a label. So additionally, you may want to give some, convenient way to your users to click the icon itself, or maybe the icon and the text all together. That should be a large enough area so that if I'm moving my mouse in between the icon and the text, maybe there should be some kind of a wider area to click. Like maybe that should be a button. So how do we create a button with some icon and text? Well, luckily there is something like that. So maybe inside Vbox container we are going to have instances of the button with icon support. So let's pretend we only have just the buttons, because we want to be able to click, and we could always detect the pressed signal and reveal something on the right side. Go in here, and I'm gonna come back and worry about some of the previous structures, whether save them in their own scenes, label them properly. So this is sort of still work in progress, but this is where I'm right now. This color rec 2 should be something else. So this is gonna be Vbox. This is gonna go away. Delete. This is missing the color rects expand. Sorry, it was this. What did I do? Oh, originally that color rec was giving the minimum 200. Now I have to satisfy that here, because color rect itself was doing the 200 pixels, which was pushing this to be 200 pixels. Now the color rect is gone. I can either do it here, or I can actually do it in the parent. So it depends. Sometimes doing it in the parent makes much more sense, so the children will behave themselves. So button components. Right away, I think you get to see the problem with the color at least. So this needs some kind of color as well. So maybe if they're all the same color, because it just happens to be, sometimes you kind of get in like it's one of those eye tricks, right? Because we have a light divider, and these seems to be sort of like square-like shapes. All in all, these sections. This is darker than this area, and yet when you use the color picker, they are the same color. So assuming it's the same color, and they should be part of the same structure. So instead of having a panel to simulate the color for the Hbox, maybe this whole Vbox container should be part of a panel with that kind of. You could do that too. Again, as you can see, the plan here is ever changing. So we spent some time to perfect this, but now we can take some of the ideas we implemented here and we are generalizing them. So, but right now, maybe buttons are our immediate concern. So let's go with a button. Okay. This button is gonna have name, dashboard. So that's dashboard. Gonna go and type some more names, posts and media. Let's do this. If we can make these look more like the buttons we see in the design, then we'll worry about the background color after that. Now, this should also have icon. I see an icon feature, so that's good news. It takes a texture resource, so you can either use the load button here or we'll just drag it. So this is going to be media. So this is also when the naming convention pays off, because I see that this button is going to open media section. I don't have to worry about what icon is supposed to come here. Is it the calendar looking one? Is it the movie camera one? Whatever, or is it the picture because it's media or whatever, right? You could have different looking icons to describe media, something like that. Some guy did that, like calendar for, what was it, appearance? Yeah. So now it's kind of one-to-one, right? So it's media, done. Now here we're going to make assumptions again. So if 22 by 21 was the height of each icon, maybe 30 pixels is the height of each button. Maybe we could do that just to get a feeling about this. So maybe we'll do 30. In fact, here by its, with its default settings, it thinks it should occupy 27 pixels space. By the way, I think I was a little bit cheap about like picking 30. Maybe it should be 40. Maybe we need a little more space. This feels more like the right size. Yeah, 30 was a bit skimpy. Well, the text positioning is wrong, but let's pretend it's not wrong. Let's keep doing this, and then I think you will already feel like there's something wrong. In fact, I'm gonna do it here to show what's wrong about something that I'm about to reveal. So dashboard, icon, dashboard is here. Posts, icon, posts, So the text is there, all nice, except by default it's centered. Kind of looks awkward. This is two apart, right? So they are left aligned. So now what you can do is the line is left. Now here is what you can do. It's like sometimes it makes sense to start with one button and you do the perfect combination. Text align center, minimum height is this, whatever. And then all there is left to change is its text and icon. if you start off by creating instances of buttons and you customize it like their text and icon, then you have to go back and then apply all these individual changes one by one. You may get lucky and do this. You select multiple. If they don't have conflicting properties, then you'll be able to change multiple them at once too. So that's also possible too. And I believe I've already done this, yeah. Now this still looks a little bit off, right? Getting there, but let's assume the button is gonna take the whole width of our area, which is kind of what it's doing. But then the icon is too close to the left, because if the button's left, now we are imagining the button taking as much space as the whole width here, right? Then you need some space between the icon and the left side of the button. And similarly, we need some space between the text and the icon. Now let's see if we can find a property here in overrides. Colors, most likely not. Constants, age separation. This is tempting. So let's separate it. This is tempting. So this is the separation between the icon and the text. But the icon is still too close. Font is how the font is rendered. Styles, this is how the button is gonna look like with its graphics. We are gonna investigate this soon, because it's as if we need something, but then we kind of don't need something. And I'll try to make sense of that silly statement. Because I'll get to that. I just let that be as a silly statement. So let's see if we can do something here. Maybe we'll get lucky. Icon align is left. What if this is centered? And the icon is centered and the text is whatever is left to the text, right? And there's this case. And this align is aligning where the text is. We wanted this to be on the left. If both are centered, this is awkward. Left, kind of left. There's not enough space. Now this is where we might investigate the silly statement, but I want to just hit this button to see what it's going to do, so you kind of see all the options. This is gonna expand the icon to take as much space as possible. And when I say as much space as possible, you might think, well, there is still some space left between the edges of the icon and the orange outline. Now that space might be there for two reasons. First reason, when we exported our icons, there was always some kind of gap between where the visuals of the icon is, but also the sliced area. As if there's some transparency there, right? So that's the transparency you see. Second reason is there might always be default margin applied by components, like Hbox containers or Vbox containers. Their default separation is 4 pixels. If you want to have 0 pixel difference, you have to manually turn on the separation and type 0, otherwise it's going to be 4 pixels separated. So you might also have something like that. Which brings me to the silly point. The silly point is this. What if we wanted this button to have some custom graphic? Maybe, like right now, by default, it has this dark gray background. Where is that coming from? Even though we did not pick a style here. That's because Godot is bringing in its own style. So let's override that. We want to change the normal state. So I'm gonna do a flat color. In fact, its default color is this gray. And we can now change this gray color and make it look more like this color. But then maybe we'll apply some kind of vertical like separation to separate the buttons, or maybe we'll set that to 0 and then every button's flat background color having this brown color. Maybe that'll be okay, but then after the last button we still want to apply some space here, right? So we will need something here that should give that color. It's as if only the button didn't have a color but was showing the color in its sort of background, like we did it for Hbox container. By itself it doesn't have a color, it was revealing the panel container's color. So we could do that. So that's the silly thing that I was talking about. As if we should have something here, but then we shouldn't have something here. So you should have something here, meaning you're going to have one of these, but you're not going to have anything by just saying I want that thing to be empty. So now there is something, but it's just emptied. So now we get to see that default Godot background color. Now if this was put inside a panel with this dark background color, it would show that background color perfectly. This is how you kind of cancel out the color or the texture, by emptying it. However, this is solving some of our problems. It's not solving our margin problem, but which happens to be maybe solved here. So before I get to this, I want to go back to the flat color case, because I want to talk about different margin options. In fact, I'm actually going to switch from flat to texture style box. Or is that really what I want to do? I'm kind of okay. Maybe I think I do. Yeah. So there's some, okay, style box texture. Click this. It's going to take over the inspector area. So this is when it's expecting you to apply a texture. So unfortunately, I don't have that texture because we are going to empty it anyway. But if we had some texture, then you have 3 margin options. I want to discuss this margin concept here. Might be a bit premature for future cases, but at least you know that you have 3 types of margin, and they each have something kind of important. So here's margin, which is maybe padding. I was describing the difference between web padding and Godot margin. They are interchangeably used here. This is still that concept. So this is going to be useful in some cases. Because we are not applying a texture here, it's not going to be useful. That is when you push the graphics sort of inward, right? Expand margin does the opposite. This is the real margin that you see in web. This is actually, like here they call it expanding because this is going outside, it's expanding, right? This is the real margin. This is padding. There's also content margin. This is sort of like padding too. This is pushing margin further from this margin. So this is only affecting the content itself. This is going to be relevant when we deal with text components or text-based components, like you want to use line edit, where you want the text to start maybe away from the borders of the visuals. Again, it's going to be more relevant when we tackle those situations. For now, one thing we have to do is to empty this. Now, sometimes these margin options are not available in each style box. For example, in Starbucks empty, you only have access to content margin, whereas in flat, you have access to expand margin, content margin, but not the default margin, the one that just says margin. So because you might need either one of them, it may be a bummer because you mainly want one of these, but then you also want to take advantage of one of the margin options which may not be available. Now, this is what we want to have. We want to empty the texture option. Our only hope is that this is going to work, and I have a feeling this is going to work because we kind of want to push the content in anyway from left. So I'm going to click this area and drag the mouse right to increase the values. This is what we want. We want the content to be pushed off the left, right? So because our age separation is 13, so that means there's 13 pixels separation between where the icon ends and where the text starts. So it only makes sense that this should be 13 as well. So now this icon looks good enough, it could be pixel perfect. Maybe that value should be 20, I don't know, maybe even 18. Let's do that. You can always go back and then compare it to our original design. For now, this seemed to be okay. And maybe even we can change the height. Maybe buttons should be different minimum size. Maybe, I don't know, 6, something like this. Let's make it 50. Let's be generous. So this is it. So now, once you construct a perfect button, let's say, maybe now is the right time to duplicate it and just update the icons and change the text. Because if you don't do it that way, this is your kind of way to do it. Like you come here and say, okay, normal state, empty it, and then apply margin values. What was it? You try to remember, you go and click and find out, come here, type it again. Or you could do this, but I'm going to show you a much better way, but I still want to show this. You can copy this style and come here, select these two buttons, and under here, because see, this is what I meant. If one of them is already customized, selecting both is not going to give you that chance, so I'm going to undo it and access the same property for both. This is when you do paste. Now both of them have that empty with the proper value, so you don't have to go back, remember, and come and type it in. So nevertheless, this is not matching, so we still have to kind of do it this way. Here a line is left, icon is left. As if we did something else here. So either way, if you can do one button, perfectly looking, like satisfying your needs here, then maybe duplicate it that way. So that's one way. Now, speaking of copying and pasting normal states and such, I'm going to show you a long-term safe way, a safer way. I want to run this app first because this is going to be part of what I'm about to talk about. Because we only wanted the normal state to be emptied, and the hover state is never, we never do anything with it. The default Godot thing still kicks in, and it puts this dark background. It's going to be the same thing for the pressed. When I press, it's going to have the default press look. So you still want to empty those two cases too. Like you want to copy and paste it for hover and pressed. And again, because you don't want to do it by selecting every single button, construct the first perfect button and then duplicate and then change the text and icon. But let's make this process a little bit better. which is kind of the core of the course, and I really took my time and I did not really talk about what was the essence of the course, which is that you create maybe a resource, a theme, right? So this is going to hold as much information as possible about the state of your components. So I'm going to call this welcome back because that's the folder I created. So welcome back theme. So here we have a new section. It is displaying a preview of possible components in Godot. Not everything is here, so don't get fooled by that. In fact, I'm gonna briefly talk about this when it's necessary. Maybe now is not the right time. So clicking this will expand that area, so you get a better feeling about what components you can preview. So far we've been manually doing things by clicking buttons and changing stuff in Inspector, but maybe we should generalize as much as possible. That's always the goal. So here we have a button. Now you can click this area and say, well, I want my buttons to look like some style. So let's investigate these areas. The color. Okay, this actually looks familiar because I'm gonna click this area, the button itself. So under theme overrides, I have access to 5 color options here. I'm going to double click my theme. So the next tab is age separation. So wait a second, that is here. So everything you see here is also accessible in your theme. But instead of overriding them here, and that concept that I was talking about, construct that perfect button. Well, what if you construct these perfect conditions somewhere a bit more accessible, a bit more general? Well, that's the theme. You go and say, this is what a button is supposed to look like. I'm not going to override if possible, but I know that my button will look like that because there is going to be a theme dictating the rules of that button, how it's supposed to look like. So we're going to undo this, and instead we're going to take these rules and apply them in our theme. So as you can see, the process is always a bit more specialized first, and then you generalize as you go. So now that we have a general form, we can apply them. Now, I'm just debating right now whether now might be a good time to segue into custom buttons. Because surely you must be thinking, well, I'm adding a button here, but isn't this changing all the buttons? It sure is changing all the buttons. But when I have different types of buttons, yeah, in fact, you will have. For example, here's a button. These two are of the same style. But we have seen other button samples. I think it was 4 or this, number 3. Different button styles here. I don't know if this app in the end is going to need this many buttons, but here's a toggle button example. So this is when you gotta be maybe careful, like maybe you wanna use the default button in your theme. You have the most generic case. For now, suffice it to say that it is possible to create different button varieties. So maybe dashboard button may not be that case. Nevertheless, just for the sake of this exercise, I'm gonna go thinking. I think I'll go with the. I will still try this. I will treat this as a special button, not just default button. So let me just strike 2 birds with 1 stone. So Here, instead of all buttons, so this is what I'm actually going to do. Instead of picking something that's already available, I'm going to imagine a button that is a menu button. Now, unfortunately, when you type menu button, such a component already exists. Godot. Now, this would be overriding all the menu button classes. What I mean by menu button is, as far as our dashboard is concerned, this is what I mean by. So this is when you gotta pick a name that is conveying not functionality, but kind of a role, but also kind of its position, right? It's sort of like a section button, section like a menu button. Like this is sort of like it's opening different sections of your app, right? It could be that way, because when you choose menu button, that menu button will be, this is a menu button in Godot. It's going to change the look of this sort of menu button, but what we want is somewhat simple looking button acting like menu button as far as the flow of the application goes. So what should I pick? Maybe one of the viewers will pick a name, or I'll have to come up with a name. Section didn't sound bad. Section button. I also don't want to say left menu button. We could, but let's say this app will be repurposed. Maybe this menu will be rendered on the right for different audiences, different languages, right? So, in a sense, this is also a main menu. Let's call it main menu button, perhaps, or section button. Yeah. Section button. So when you type this, this is filtering this list here. So there is no such thing, but you add type. All the existing classes or the components, they will have their designated icon. This one doesn't, so it shows this node icon. And by node icon, if you look here, it's the root, kind of like the topmost thing, right? That's the icon. It's in a sense sort of undefined. So here, this section button, all these options are empty because it kind of doesn't know what it's based on. So here you say, well, the base type is going to be, you can either type button here or you can choose it here, which is going to type it here automatically for you. So now this section button is going to act like button, and now we can change some of its properties. This is now when we do the assignment. So the separation was 18 in the end. I don't remember, so let's go and look. 18. So because this is going to be 18 in the theme, and when I apply it to this button, it's going to be done. So I'm going to remove this, so it's going to reset. In fact, I'm actually going to remove this too, because having this on as 0, it also means explicitly 0, whereas this means, sorry, this, if the default is not 0, it may look 0, but it's going to be something else. In the case of Hbox, for example, you'll see it's 0, but in fact it's 4 pixels, so don't get fooled by that. So let's click the theme again, section button. type 18. Okay, I'm going to make this area a little bit smaller. You don't see any change here yet. I can either focus on that or keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. So I'm going to copy this, undo this, so close this. There's nothing done here, so I'm just tidying things up, right? No theme overrides. This is still that default stuff. We're not gonna change this at all. In fact, this is not something you can change with themes. Everything that you see under overrides, that's what you are able to change here. But I copied its normal style. I'm going to create a field and paste that. So far, I have replicated everything in the override section in here. And I'm going to worry about the hover and the press states after I actually fix the look of this button. Because although we are preparing elements of our welcome back theme, this button is not aware of that theme. Now let's click the button. Here we can either assign a new theme, but we are going to then start constructing everything from scratch. We can load a new theme, and we do that by assigning this here. Now when we did that, nothing happened because the option we are constructing in the theme is a section button. If we constructed, or if we were changing the properties of a button, it would have applied, those stars would have been applied. Instead here, you have to type the name, section button. I intentionally opened that area, nothing showed up, but we will soon look how we can show available options there. If you type the name, if you know the class name, the custom class name, it is section button, the changes will apply. Now this is good, like we are moving in the right direction. But it would be nice to have that option listed there. So let's just remove it. It's going to be blank. Now to enable that option, this is something I believe new in 3.5. I'm going to save my app first. Probably going to ask me to save anyway after what I show you how to do or what to do. So in project settings under GUI section, there's a theme part, and here you assign a custom theme to, well, that's what the tooltip says, right? So this project is going to use a custom theme. If you do this, this is the theme. You're going to have to save and restart. Let's do that. So come back. So now when I select this button, and I still have the theme selected, but now its theme variation will have that section button listed properly. So it actually knows where to look up because the project settings has access to it. So that's one way of doing it. I believe like the first way of doing it was typing the name. You could always type a different name here, but that's a little bit prone to typos, right? So this is a convenient way. I believe you could also change this programmatically too. So like on the fly you could say, well, this button is no longer a section button, but a different kind of custom button. If these two custom buttons are still taking properties of default buttons, you are still good to go. So there are many ways to do this programmatically or manually like this. However, what I want to talk about is this, like the next thing is, well, I have this button I want to remove as many overrides as possible. In fact, I'm done. I want this button to look like the dashboard button. Now, here's my option. I will assign the theme. Okay, but again, I don't really know which instance or which type variation this is supposed to be. I choose it, but then I end up doing this for every button. Instead, maybe this is what you can do. So let's undo. So there's always some kind of, a healthy amount of relationship, let's say, between parent and child components. Let's just make it kind of real, like, there's something going on between you and your parents, let's say. Well, that is the case here too. Maybe if we apply it to Vbox container, this has its own theme too. So you can actually do it this way. And then click this button, and then you choose this. Now, by virtue of assigning the theme to parent containers, the children can just access the variation they want without actually having the theme assigned in their theme slot. So if you follow this logic all the way up, you can technically choose the root control node and say theme will be this. So then your app is actually using one big theme, and whatever is needing sections or chunks from the theme is just saying, I want to have access to this variation. Now this is a very powerful thing because Christmas is coming. Maybe this welcome back theme will turn into a Christmas theme. So with the click of a button, so maybe you have a different theme set here. So Christmas pack, whatever. So that Christmas theme is going to be assigned here. Okay. Maybe that theme also has similar variation names. So the section button in the Christmas theme looks all red, green, festive looking, and here it looks sort of corporate-like. But by keeping reference names the same, you just update the theme, or you change the reference to a different theme, then everything else looks fancy. So this is very powerful because it saves you from hours of work. It actually really saves you from doing a lot of overrides, doing it for like one button at a time and changing. And if you want to revert, how do you revert exactly, like by manually typing in values, or you are using GitHub? Are you going to create a different branch just for UI sakes? What happens to functionality then? Maybe if the functionality is changing, functionality A versus B, but then you have two themes in each functionality, like that's not a healthy solution. So you wouldn't want to do your UI stuff, kind of UI flavor stuff done in branches. Or you don't create branches for the sake of UI, you kind of change the reference. I'm giving kind of crazy examples, but I think people who work with Git will appreciate this workflow. Either way, I see myself having lunch break in the next half an hour, but until then, let's keep going. So what else I can do here? So let's just recap. So now our root node app has a theme assigned. This theme happens to be the custom theme that is defined or chosen in the project settings, which gives access to all the components here, the type variations that are defined in here. So we can create many more buttons if they are based on buttons, which gives access to these tabs. You can do pretty much anything you want. Now let's focus on the other remaining cases here, because we still have the hover and the pressed state problems. So let's basically do hover, pressed. So here you can do copy and paste, or you can simply drag this into the slots. That should do the trick. So now we haven't applied it to this one, but these two are okay. There is even slight font change here. You see, like it's grayish, and then on the hover case it's whiter, right? That again, it's always using default values if possible. Don't get fooled by these areas looking dark. We haven't customized them, so you have to press plus and then assign it. So the default color variation is somewhat white looking. Font color here looks whiter when it's hover. This maybe you actually even see it with the press case. Now what's with the blue outline? It's because this button is now in focus. I click, move away, but this is the last focused button. In fact, while having this dashboard button in focus, I'm going to press down arrow on my keyboard. You can see that it's jumping down to the post button. This is a good accessibility feature. So should we do something about the focus? Maybe we should. Let's see here what we can do with the style. Again, never get fooled by what these areas are showing. If you see plus, seeing plus here means it's not overridden. If you click plus, you are going to override it, then you do whatever you want. So that's why, again, this looking black is not the black, it's going to use the default, and this being empty, it's going to use default, and that default look for focus is that blue outline. So we want to empty that outline, so in a sense it's the same thing we apply to its focus case. So from here we click, that button is actually focused, the blue outline is gone. But how do I know if it's focused? I have to press the down arrow again to go back to the posts, and I'm doing it now. I'm expecting to see a slight color changes, as if the dashboard color will be slightly gray and posts will be slightly whiter. Here we go. Start to change. You start to notice I'm gonna go back and forth, up and down, up and down. You kind of see it. Maybe now is a good time to apply a bit more drastic color. Let's do that by looking at the proper color. So this color, I believe, is here. I think this is always choosing the color of the first text, even though it's a large text area, which actually has this whiter or lighter case. But I believe this is the color. So we want our section button default font color. Now is the right time to customize. Okay. Now, in fact, this black is applied by virtue of the overridden color, right? Because before this, it's going to revert to its default, which is white enough. But now this is what you see. But this is what we want to see. Let's add that to the swatches. Now, the other button is also updated. While I'm at it, I'm going to... I don't think I have applied anything to this, so let's do this. Okay. Now, let's test this as it is. So nothing is in focus. I go over, there's the white color, press post, it's in focus, up, down, down, up. Now the color changes more drastic. This might be the right color. This color kind of looks like this color. I think when I kind of changed it, tested, I think it changed. Okay, yeah, it must have, because when I was fussing with this, it suddenly reverted everything to that color that I was choosing. It's probably going to be white. It is white. In case Godot chooses a color that is off-white, you can do something like, well, in the hover and press case, make it absolute white. Maybe it's not white, I don't know, maybe it's something like this. This is wide enough. So if you are really worried about, having perfect color, this is your chance to make it white, but I'm gonna ignore this for now, because this is actually giving us the right sort of color differentiation, right? Maybe what is more important at this point is the font. So I believe we are making good progress on how these buttons look as far as alignment goes. I'm going to position the Godot rendered interface, or the rendered case, and compare it to what we see here in Affinity Designer. Now we can always adjust the height. We are not too far off. Trying to align dashboard. Yeah, maybe the height is a bit too much, we'll see. But the font is disappointing. It's again not too far off, I believe. I think Godot uses Noto font, because we have not overridden the font, so it's using the default Noto font, I think. But it is now our chance to deal with fonts. Now, I think it's a smart decision that I see done in a lot of PSD files that I download these days. The font is set to Arial or something neutral. If the PSD file uses a font that looks really nice but that is not easily accessible, at first maybe you wanna, you have to find where to download. Maybe it's not free, or it is free to download but you cannot use it in commercial projects. Either way, licensing might be a problem. So when you keep your fonts, when the PSD files have a font as neutral as Arial or Helvetica or something like that, it's kind of up to you to pick the font that you would like to use. You may want to pick something that looks as close as possible to what you see in this PSD file. In fact, we are not too far off. Like Noto font, it is not too far off. I'm just comparing the glyphs here. Like the curve of A looks very similar to A. Of course, there are huge differences, but still, it's not too far off. One thing is for sure, it's a sans serif font. It doesn't have all the sort of sticky parts, the extruded parts. So we're gonna pick a sans serif font. We could go with the default font, but I actually want to focus on changing fonts for the overall application because this is also part of the course. I want to do it for the buttons first and kind of generalize it, and maybe that might be a good time for me to take my lunch break, and then we'll continue. So I'm kind of giving schedule update. So fonts, let me see if I can find fonts, sans serif. I have the following options here. I'm gonna download this maybe. This is good enough, right? So I'm going to take this folder. I'm going to create a fonts folder in, duplicate this folder. Up. So let's create a fonts folder here in the project and paste the folder. Now when I go back to Godot, it's gonna do, it took a very short time, but it's now here. Okay. Now, as you have seen, a theme file, or the concept of using theme, the theme file is so that you do the minimum amount of work for more and more components you introduce to your application. Now when I double click this resource, I get to see preview, but I also get to see some stuff in the inspector, which is this definition of section button and which one of its properties I'm customizing. Although I have many more options here, not everything is listed here because these are the custom options I'm dealing with. Just about this section button, astute viewers must have noticed that there is a default font section. So in fact, you could pick a default font for your theme, which means you don't have to change the font for every single component. You could just assign it here. So here you have two options. Let's say I'm too hungry to not investigate bitmap font. It is written in the official documentation, so you can go and investigate that. I'm going to be interested in dynamic font. So I'm going to look at its properties. We have settings. It's going to be important. Extra spacing. This is how much spacing you want to have between lines, between characters. Not quite relevant at this point. Then we have the font itself. So we need access to the font. So although this section and the first two sections are about the visuals, this font section is about the characteristics of the font. So you need to assign font. So here your option is dynamic font data. So if you do it this way, you have to define the font data, which means how the font's glyphs look like. And by glyph I mean each character of the font. And of course you don't want to construct each glyph of the font. You would rather have this defined for you, and luckily it's defined. Instead of having a blank dynamic font data, what you do here is you drag this and make this your data. So now here's your font data. The font file itself is the data file for it. Now Godot extracts all the glyph information and populates it for you. Because I've been busy and talking about this, maybe you didn't quite notice what was going on. It's like kind of like a magic trick. I'm keeping you busy here. I'm distracting you with all the interface here. Something happened here. Maybe you didn't quite see what happened. Maybe nothing looks so different anyway, because the font kind of looks similar. Let's just remove this font data. Now, because it lost data, it's sort of confused, so let's remove this too. Okay, let's start again. This time, I'm doing the right thing. You focus on the top left, where the font is. Oh, there is new dynamic font, but there is no information. Where is the font? Oh, it's empty. Let's just put some value here. Okay, now we are rendering the right font with these settings. I don't want to again compare the font, how close it looks to Arial, but it is looking drastically different than Noto, those default fonts. In fact, I'm going to take this a step further. And instead of applying a sans serif font, I'm going to apply a serif font. Going to look at a few examples here, just so you can see how drastically different things can look. In the Udemy course, one of the chapters is about the differences between serif and sans serif. I'm not going to get into that kind of detail today. I'm just going to look at an example here. I'm going to look for something that, yeah, this is drastically different. Okay, so Newton font, I'm going to put that inside here. I'm going to download it from my OneDrive, put it in the app right there. So I'm going to choose a different font data for the default font. So instead of Liberation Sans regular, I'm going to have Newton regular. And this is how you change the font for everything in your theme. So now all the buttons, because they have text display, and all the other components that will also have text display will use this font. Now this is a good starting point. You can easily change the whole, like the font style your app uses. One caveat though, everything that renders text will have this size, 16. This may be too little or too large between components. That's why you always have this extra option here. Maybe some of your components or some variation will need, generally speaking, this font data, but with its own size settings, and we'll look into that as we go. Excuse me. But I think now is a good time for me to put the brakes on and have my lunch, and when I get back I will be continuing possibly, you know, doing the rest of the buttons here, and then dive into more label cases and even maybe drop down cases. And I think we will have maybe another 2 hours or so to, you know, move forward. The stream will be on break screen, so I'm not terminating, but at some point you may just hear me come back full on voice. So until then, take it easy. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what else we can do. So the last thing I did before the break was to change the default font to a different font data. So I think I'm going to stick with Liberation Sans. So let's reassign it to this field. So this size, I think I'm kind of happy with that. Look at our reference here. They are not as tall as the icons, but close enough here. I think we have a similar proportion. So the color change, again, it's done kind of organically for the hover case, and the default case we apply the exact color, so that's fine. So where do I go from here? I can complete the rest of the buttons. Let's do that, and then I'll warm up again and do something more challenging. One more button. In fact, many more buttons. So we have comments, appearance, plugins. Icon for that is what was it? Comments, appearance, plugins. And while I'm doing this, maybe in light of what I have been showing with themes, you might be asking yourself, well, sure, using themes, switch to different. Using themes is convenient because you could just swap that assignment with another theme, and then as long as you have same kind of references, you know, I was saying section button, but it's styled differently in a different theme. What would happen if we did that change to these buttons that we are fixing? For example, this icon is kind of a hard-coded icon. This is not tied, or in a sense it is. Let me present it this way. I'll try to rephrase it. This icon is coming from the folder icons, which is part of assets, which is part of this welcome back. If you have another folder indicating that there's a different theme, because the goal is to change this, swap this with another theme. So there's nothing in the theme description right now here that is defining where this icon is coming from. So that's a bit of a problem. This is kind of hard-coded with the icon that's coming specifically from this themes folder. So then you will have edge cases like this. If you don't want to have that kind of a problem, then you investigate other button instances. Like we have texture button where you may scratch that. You could assign the icon as part of the graphic and sort of like a transparent texture all the way like this with the icon. So instead of exporting the icon itself, you could be exporting this section without the text, and that might be the let's pretend I'm doing it here. In fact, this shouldn't have been here, but anyway. You would have to assign a texture which is going to be mostly empty except its icon piece. And that texture might be coming from this folder. And in a different folder for another theme, maybe you have some kind of graphic and the icon, and that texture will be assigned. The texture will be designed for that purpose. So that way, this area will be empty because this icon you are seeing here will be part of the texture that is applied to the normal state. So that might be I think I'm going to remove these. It's not doing anything because it's pretty much the same thing, but yeah, these two were fixed, and then the third one was yeah, that's when I left it. I'll turn the blinds up a bit. Sunlight coming in. So that's one thing you can do. It's about project organization, really. So let's fix the color. This is still revealing the background of the editor. So how do we deal with this situation? So say we have Vbox container. Can we do something similar to the way we did panel? Let's try that. So this is the kind of panel we want to have. In fact, this is something we can do sort of a cheap way, right? Duplicate this and get rid of this Hbox container and stick this panel inside here. And we have to change the size flag because we want this to expand. Okay, we want this Vbox container to take as much space as possible. We have kept that 1 pixel separation, I believe, that is still applied. I'm just going to increase it. It's 2. This is still going to reveal that weird, like, I mean, not weird, it's the editor color. It's still not this color. A similar idea, maybe we need a color rect in between these two panels. But this is kind of going in the direction of like, well, we are gonna have to do that maybe here too, and maybe between this Vbox to have the separation for this Hbox container. Let me give you an example. So maybe the whole app should be inside a panel, right? Maybe this should not be a control thing anymore. Maybe this should be a panel. Okay. And now what we can do is, instead of having this style applied to this individual panel, we can take this, copy it, going to remove it from there. In fact, I'm actually going to remove it from this copied or duplicated case too. Okay, so we see a bigger change. So in the main panel, I'm gonna add the panel definition or the style definition to this panel. So now we have that pretty back. I believe. Did I? Yeah, I did it right. Okay. So now that's the color. And again, I think I'm a little bit confused about what colors I'm supposed to choose, because I'm always a little bit hesitant between this color and the divider color, and there's a bit of variation here. Regardless, the idea stands. Yeah, this is the one that's throwing me off. There you go. Or not. Oh, okay, sorry. While I'm doing this, I'm kind of forgetting something. As I was saying, when you see it empty here, it doesn't mean it's going to be transparent. The fact that this is not checked, it's defaulting, which is this dark gray. So if you really want it empty, you have to do it empty here. Sort of explicitly say it's empty. You can do the same thing here too, which then brings me to this point. Then why do we even need a panel anymore? We don't. So we were actually happy with just Hbox container and Vbox container. So now we are reverting. So this is kind of a back and forth case. And here I hope I'm not going to regret that, but I think look here, because I still want to have those dividers. I might have to put those panels back in, because I was hoping that by revealing a background color I could simulate the dividers. I'm gonna do that for this line here and maybe this line here. Then my color for that background or panel, which is this panel, this has to be a different color. This should not be the dark color that I think it is. It should be this separation color, which is this. So undo to bring those panels back. Okay. Here. And I think here my mistake is I might have copied. Okay, this is the same copy that I got from this internal panel. I have to make this unique. I'm kind of doing a terrible job here explaining this right now, or the need for this in the course. There's a much more structured use case. But here, no matter what I do, I'm either going to overwrite this, or the one will overwrite the other one. That's the problem. This panel, this should not be empty anymore. This should be flat. We have this color. Now we are moving somewhere, and this is also going to be the same flat color with this light. Now let's fix the separation. So this is one, and this is also going to be one. So this is it. So let's recap. So we have a panel that is holding Hbox. This one doesn't have any separation because we threw in color, right? And there's another panel here that's holding a Vbox with all those buttons. So those two panels are inside a Vbox container with 1 pixel separation. And through that separation, we get to see the color of the panel, which is the root that has this color. This color again is not the right color. I picked a light color there, but the exact color is this color red color. I think I'm going to add this here, so that's a separate color. Now the last piece of confusion which is handled is this. So now you have that perfect color that is separating, which is this here. Okay, so that's how it's done. And also let's not forget that I believe maybe there's some kind of transparency for this area, and underneath there is a texture applied. You could actually do something like this for the main panel. Instead of applying a flat color, you could be choosing texture, and that is that blurred texture. And inside here, this panel, instead of having a flat color with 0 opacity, you could be revealing portions of that background texture. So that is also possible too. I'm just gonna see if I can do that quickly. If it takes me under a minute, I think I can afford that. Just to isolate the blurred background, which happens to be this. So is this. The thing is, when I do that, it's probably going to create a whole slice that covers everything, but it's isolating the piece itself, so it's not going to take this stuff into account. And maybe I'll remove the slice later, because if it's not going to let me select things because I can't click through the slice, then I'll remove that slice. So I'll call this app background. See, that could be JPEG if you want. So here, instead of having a flat color, we could do a texture. Click texture, and for its property or field there, we assign this. Now we get to see some maybe chunks. Start to see from this red. This red is going to be that light color, I believe. And now we can apply transparency, something like this. And now we are getting somewhere. This is going to be, I don't know what I picked for this, maybe 60%, 142 over 60%, 130. Okay. So now it is actually looking more like, and maybe there's less transparency, but somewhat kind of like, you know, the texture is sort of spilling under this area too. You can see the extension of this dark shape kind of out here. Maybe this is 80% opacity. I think it's kind of moving in the right direction. I'm going to remove the slice. This. We do that how? Right click. Done. So I'm gonna go and lock that so that I don't do anything. Because I'm still in this persona. There you go, lock it. This is a darker color, perhaps. This transparency is providing a lighter version of this dark brown color. Because as it is, if our base color is this, it's sort of too light when alpha is applied. Maybe it should be this with 130. That's maybe more like it. Again, that's something we'll worry about. This is totally aesthetic, but I'm showing you different ways to deal with styles or aesthetics. Because you could even argue the point that, yeah, there is something light here as a separator, but what happens to that when it comes here? Now, in our current structure, that distinction is much more pronounced here. Whereas here, it's not. Maybe because the transparency here is just a little bit too much. Maybe if it's like that, that difference is minimized. And you can even make this darker too, which I believe is kind of like. Again, you can play with this until cows come home. And I think we have enough cows for now, so to that end, for now, I'm not going to worry about adjusting the height of these buttons and even the gap here. There's some gap here. Maybe just show it to you, not dwell on it too much, but add a margin container. Push the Vbox container inside margin. Instead of Vbox container occupying the whole space, now margin container is occupying the whole space. And here, margin top is maybe 30 pixels and left is 10 pixels, something like this. Now this is gonna look more like this. Okay. Just gonna go back and forth so you see the difference. And yeah, aesthetic points like, well, this line is sort of like the left side of the text, more or less, and it is like that. So you try to do your best. Of course, like, follow the exact same design, but certain things kind of were left to imagination, font choice being one. So it's good enough. The reason why I'm introducing new components and why that might be important for you is when you write code and the path is important to access certain elements in the tree. That path might change, although with I think 3.5 you could have, I don't remember the name, but you have this access as seen unique name. So the name here becomes unique. So you change the structure, it doesn't matter. It is given a unique ID. So if the button was inside Vbox, that was under panel 2, and now that it's moved down level, because now it's part of margin container, which is part of panel 2, you would still be able to find the correct button if that's your problem. This is good. Now, what I really want to test right now is all this effort that we did for giving enough space between the icon and the text and the border of the button and that space between icon. We wanted to be able to click the button even if we are kind of coming here. So I'm going to test it. So again, kind of like you see the whiteness, so you can see like even if I'm here, I don't need to be going over the text itself, but the button is giving me that hover effect. So I'm just generally in the button space. That's the idea. So that's mission accomplished there as far as I'm concerned. So that's good, or good enough. So what else we can do today? The main goal was going to be the dashboard. Then I opened admin panel 6 PSD because it had the most complete menu case. I can go back to the dashboard itself, so let's do that. Maybe that has some parts to implement. There's a text portion which also existed here too. There's the settings or options icon, so which has a drop down. This is an interesting case because let's look here. Here's a drop down menu which is more classic, right? You have a large clickable area with text clearly indicating that there is going to be an expanded menu. So I'll show you how to deal with this. But also we have an edge case here too. This is in a sense a menu button as well. So maybe I'll do that other one first and get to this later. This is a little bit unconventional. So we won't follow everything kind of, you know, in the order they are seen, but in the order that I think is much more important for you to see, to develop ideas and workarounds. Like for example, I might tackle these, but these are simple enough components. We've already tackled font options. Maybe these will be relevant when we do that. But let's focus on admin panel 3 PSD. Maybe we need to export some stuff here. Wrong application. This is what I want to open. Okay. So let's analyze this component here. Right off the bat, I see that this has rounded corners. So we could do that in Godot. So we have some text, we have this arrow. Sometimes in its closed state, this arrow might be facing right. And when you click, the expansion is indicated by down-looking arrow. Another important thing to notice is the text, as usual, it's brown enough, but in the highlighted case, it's whiter. Also, the element, this area, its background is darker than normal-looking items. So there are things like that. And we have separator. Okay. So besides that, I think one final point, which is something that I know 100% we can replicate in Godot, is that the expansion has a separate rounded corner. There's a rounded corner here coming down, around, and up again, and it's tucked in here. So that's a separate thing to do. So the top part and the lower part, they each have rounded corners. So this is actually a simple enough component. The Udemy course that I released last week has a sample where we are applying graphic assets, meaning like this proper texture. Compared to that, this is in a sense, much simpler case. Nevertheless, let's get started. So we need to put some text there, drop down menu, so let's keep that in mind, and maybe, just maybe, we just throw that in here somewhere. Maybe this is going to be our main area. And maybe I should turn this into some kind of container where I can start stacking items. I also want to be able to keep this. So this is now acting more and more like a panel itself, which is similar to what we did here. The first two children of the Vbox container of the left side is a panel. So most likely these two will turn into panels too. So let's just do that. So panel. And inside this panel, I'm just going to put a menu button and put some text here. The text is drop down menu. So let's keep that there. What I need here is this color, which is, I believe, this color 130. We'll get to that. So let's disable this. We have the panel, which should occupy as much space as possible. And we want to override it and I'm gonna share a word about what I'm doing again to drive the point home, because this is going to be something very important down the road if you want to quickly swap themes. The color for this is this, but 130 maybe. Yeah, it was like this, because if it wasn't this, I think so. Anyway, that's aesthetics. So here's drop down menu, here's our. Now my point about this, again, when you override stuff, this is a very hard-coded case that turns this panel color to what you are seeing. If you change your theme here, this panel here is going to have the style that you have hard-coded. So maybe it makes much more sense to go back to your panel, to your theme, and create panel variations. So you could have, I don't know, like dark background panel, maybe 80% like alpha panel, something like that. Maybe you define those names by functionality or by aesthetics. Either way, ideally, you should not be overriding things. If you want to be able to change the main theme, ideally you should be selecting the right panel type here. But for this stream, I'm skipping those points because the goal is to show as much as possible. I'm trying to be thorough anyway, but I also want to make these points again and again. So the drop down menu, so the options for this will be populated under items here. So there's an editor. So I'm gonna go here and say portfolio and graphic design and stop right there because I already see some problem points. Portfolio and graphic design. Because I think Godot's interface could use some help when you are defining your item list here manually. I think providing these items programmatically is simpler, although most people might think that doing it via an interface should be a lot simpler, which is not going to be the case. I'll talk about why I'm saying this soon. So I have two items, so let's try. Here's a drop down, I click, there's portfolio, graphic design. So again, right away, obvious problems. The drop down menu text, although looks like the same font, looks nice. But shouldn't this already have some kind of substance or some kind of, background? Like, it kind of doesn't even look like a button. It kind of looks like a piece of text. That's because by default, this flat option comes on, or it comes with the option being on. So if you disable it, it is no longer flat. So then again, this now looks more like a button. The icon is missing, of course. We'll fix that. Now you click, at least it is acting more like a menu button. This is the menu. So I'm gonna move this a little bit away. So for now, that's good enough. So for the icon, what are we supposed to put here as an icon? Again, another texture. Maybe for now, just for seeing it, let's make the clock as its icon. And the icon alignment is on the left. So it at least looks like a button very similar to this, although it's style is questionable. But we can actually make that right. So if we export this arrow, as a separate icon, you could be doing it. So that's actually a simple way to do it. In the course example, I had textured blue background all the way here, and the icon was also over that texture. In that case, you could export the whole section without the text as one piece of graphic, and instead of applying an icon, you apply texture to its normal state like this, and the whole look of this area will have the proper texture, and icon is already part of the texture file. You could also simulate it that way too. And when I was saying right looking arrow and down looking arrow, they will just be two different texture files and assigned here to proper cases. So that is also possible too. If you want to be fussing with icons, let me just check if I accidentally left anything. No. This is another solution too. In fact, maybe in this exercise, I'm gonna kind of have to go with individual icon, because this happens to have somewhat like flat, even sort of transparent background. There is no texture. You could always export this texture here without the text, of course, because you don't want the text to be exported with the graphic. And the text will have a transparent part. You could also do that too, but maybe you shouldn't. Maybe what we should do is, without worrying about the arrow first, is to simulate this borders or corners. So maybe that's a much more useful exercise for today. So I'm going to leave this clock icon here, and I'm going to focus on maybe drop down or sort of menu button in the theme itself. So I'm going to assume this is always the same case for all the menu buttons. Okay, now is a good time to use this. And because I'm doing this for all the menu buttons, and this is a menu button, I don't need to come and choose the type variant here. I'm not going to have to. As soon as I apply some changes here, it's going to be reflected here. In fact, the very first change I'm going to make is its normal state. I'm going to empty. So right now, this background color that was by default put there by Godot is removed. Now let's see if empty is going to have some borders. Unfortunately, it's not going to, because this is the whole point. You just want to empty everything. So maybe we should pick something else. Maybe flat is a good option. Texture, I already discussed it. You could export that whole area with the border and the transparent sort of inside part as texture. You could be applying that too. But I think, yeah, I will investigate flat a bit further, because we've already used that for defining background color for panels. But here's that idea taken to the next level. So far we have fussed with this, so I'm not gonna worry about the color yet, because I wanna focus on these two options, maybe even this. So we wanna have border width 1. Okay, so that's a given. What's the border color? In files or in cases like this, it's usually going to be same colors used over and over again. Assuming the inside color will be somewhat darker or transparent, that is revealing the background color, they went with light background color. Kind of looks like this color, to be honest. So I'm going to pick this dark color here. For the border color, it's going to be maybe this light color. Okay. I'm going to deselect the component so you get to see the border, because if I select it, it's hard to see. In fact, maybe if you want to see it, actually I don't need to have this selected because I'm editing its style here. is changing all the menu buttons. So the corner radius, let's say it's 3 pixels. Okay. The change is reflected. Everything is very tightly packed. So let's see if we can change it. So this is roughly 310. This is 305. This is 325. So 20 pixels from left. It's safe to assume that it's 20 pixels from top as well. So maybe 1 or 2 pixels more or less. Maybe 18, maybe 20. And we'll go back to the concept of padding or margin, since there is no such thing as padding in Godot, but it's called margin. And this flat style box happens to have expand margin and content margin. The normal margin is skipped here because that's applicable when it's a texture style box. The flat one doesn't have the default margin. It has only expand margin and content margin. We don't want to expand margins. We want to push the content in. So the content will be added. Again, those words are kind of interchangeable. So I'm gonna increase this to 15 maybe. And the top seems 10, which is sort of large enough. I'm gonna do the same thing for this one. That actually looks right to my eye. We may as well do the right. Okay. So that gives enough space between the clock icon and the border, which is kind of what we have. But the icon itself and the text portion doesn't have enough space. Now, maybe there's always a minimum size for a drop-down menu. Maybe if the text is long, it's gonna be occupying more space here. Nevertheless, our case is a bit problematic. Now, I'm gonna select this again to see if there's some kind of separation. Because sometimes the component itself defines that separation. I think we had something like that with button and its icon and separation. Because it is natural to click things, I'm gonna click this to see what it's doing. In this case, it's not useful. I'm gonna let you read. I'm checking if it's actually showing up in the stream. Yes, the tooltip is displayed. When enabled, this button's icon will expand shrink to fit the button size while keeping its aspect. So this is very similar to what I was doing here. Keep centered. Here I have this off. Having this on and off in combination with this stretch mode, it yields different results. It's one of those combinations in this case that having this on will make it look like it's actually disappearing. So you might want to be careful. It has its uses, but I'm not going to cover it today. So that also doesn't seem to be our maybe problem right now. Maybe we'll fix that problem still in this style. So I'm gonna tidy up the border width, border, corner radius. As if our problem is in either section of this margin here. Content margin did its best and gave enough space. Let's try expand margin, see how it goes. So right. This is expanding where the border is finished. So in a sense, if the border was going to finish here, I'm going to deselect so we can see. Okay. So if it's 0, it's where it's supposed to be. If it's 20 pixels to the right, it's extended or expanding 20 pixels to the right. So you'll get the same effect for other coordinates. But it still doesn't give enough space between the text and the icon. That's a bit annoying. Maybe that's a setting that is actually here. So definitely not color. There it is, it's the separation. So by default it's 3 pixels, I believe, if it's typed there other than 0. So let's do this maybe 15. That actually should do the trick. Now let's go and change the text size here. So drop down menu. When it's emptied, this is the minimum size, I believe. That is handled here in rect. Although we haven't given a minimum size by virtue of playing with this component so far, Godot determined that this is maybe the size. Okay, you could be changing this to here by typing a minimum size, or you kind of leave it to the engine's mercy. So drop down menu, I'm gonna duplicate the text. So as the text gets longer, there's always going to be that horizontal separation the way we like it. So now it might be a good moment to introduce the triangle. I'm gonna do that. So let's select this. Don't need to select it right because I'll have to go here anyway, so I'll select it here. Okay, so right click, create slice. So 14 by 7. This is a good start. We can do this and maybe find out that we might have to create a large area. If that's your finding, that's also perfectly possible. So like you could have a large area, it doesn't matter because it will have some transparency. So this is going to be icon, menu button, and I'm going to call this either expanded or down state. I'm going to specifically say expanded. Maybe in the future you want to have right looking arrow as its sort of normal state, because I believe you could also do that too. So here for its icon, you're gonna have menu button, this, and it's aligned perfectly. Now let's investigate other options here. Font, we don't want to fuss with font because it's already large enough, or it's defined by the theme's default font. I'm gonna tidy up this area. You can also see the item we are working on. So this tab, or other components that I will implement soon, such as checkbox, this is the icon tab where you change the icon states for some components. It's not applicable in menu button. It's tempting to have this section populated because maybe you want to have one property here, icon, as sort of the default case. Maybe that default case might be right looking arrow. Maybe another property here when like the icon for the hover or the press case. We could be assigning 3 icons, let's say, in this section. It's tempting. I think you'll know more about what I'm talking about when I do the checkboxes. We cannot do that here. So there is only one icon assignment, which is to the component itself, but not to its styles, which kind of makes this component a little bit limited in that sense. So that is why I was discussing the case where you export the graphic or the default state with the icon already embedded, and then you get to change the style here by assigning a texture instead of a flat graphic. So each one has its own, benefits. So this is the normal state, and it's looking nice. Let's test it. So normal state. I'll change the color inside because maybe it shouldn't look that dark. I'm gonna go over it and let's see what's going to happen. Just like other buttons that we had here before we change their hover and press state, this is also going to revert to default look. In fact, the press state is going to be the default press too. So it's safe to assume the same style is going to be used for hover. Pressed. We're going to drag and drop the same style. Now this is fine. So the font color change is the same font color change we have here. So those changes are welcome, or the defaults are welcome. So it's as if the inside part is actually transparent. So for now I had the background color that I picked sort of arbitrarily. We're gonna make this flat. So like flat by flat I mean transparent. So you could do this by changing the alpha. Sometimes this option is useful to draw center. So this is toggling the inner part on or off. So by inner part, it actually doesn't render that color at all. So similarly, if this was a Starbucks texture, if you have this off, it's basically saying, well, I'm not going to render that texture. But the border is still there. The border is handled differently, because the border in its own section here has its own color. But this is concerning the general look. Because I already have this style copied to two other properties, that change will be the same. The emptying the inside part will be the same for the hover and the press cases too. So now all there is left to do is to style the expansion section. First, before I move forward, I'm going to remove this extra text. It's kind of getting a little bit ridiculous there. Okay. And of course, never forget, if like this is not a flat drop down, if it's flat, then the border will not render either. So it's removing all kinds of like texture applications, even if you are defining them as flat style boxes. So have this option off, then you'll have your custom border colors. So the expansion part. Let's take a few steps back here and say, well, to style all menu buttons, I chose it here. And I pretty much looked at all its available options. Font color, no, we are not interested in that. I've already used this, nope. Font option, I'm happy. This section doesn't exist, and in fact we are done with this too. This is not applicable. So how do I edit the expansion? Now if you look at the description, the section in the documentation, it's going to say that a menu button uses a pop-up menu for its expansion. So to edit the expansion part, you need to be editing the pop-up menu. In fact, this very icon here is showing you that there is a menu opening. So that's going to be the case. So this pop-up menu comes with its own set of options. So there is the hover, labeled, two labeled sections here or properties, panel, and when it's disabled, and the separator. So we are on the right track because we want some separator, and we may think of this whole thing as a panel anyway. So I think we are moving in the right direction. I mean, I know 100% like 400% sure I know we are in the right direction, but if you're doubting yourself, like if this is the right thing, it's like these are the cues you could you know, think of. This is pretty much the same. This is not going to give you much idea. This may not be that, you know, obvious, but as soon as you look at the style definitions, this tab is the style definition. When you see separator, that actually is the biggest clue. So we want our items, menu items, the pop-up menu items to be separated. So this is the right direction. Now, which one of these should we go and change first? The font color is tempting, separation, but we kind of really don't know what we are doing. Maybe there's no reason to change font. And this is a whole other section that I'm not gonna touch today, because pop-up menu, well, just briefly, pop-up menu is also something you use for option button. Godot. Just going to come here and say under button, you have menu button and option button. So option button is also revealing a pop-up section, but it lets you select something and that selection will be kept and remembered, whereas menu button, you don't store the selected option. It is more like sort of trigger and forget. That option is stored for you. So because you are storing and in a sense changing the state of things, that state changing is done via checkboxes and radio buttons. So that's why it has these icons, which is bringing me to the next point. Perhaps after this component, I'm going to investigate checkboxes, where we will be much more familiar with these options. So for now, I'm going to start with a panel, and then we get to see maybe what's going on. So here I'm defining a new box flat, and I'm just going to pick a red color here, a red tone. So for now, there's a pop-up menu definition in our theme. There is no pop-up menu in our scene. However, the pop-up menu is part of menu button. So when I expand it, the panel background will be that flat red color. So we still have a lot of work to do here. For example, the menu items should have the same height as the base of the drop-down menu. Right now, I'm gonna put it here. The text is aligned too much to the left, and the menu items have just enough height to show the text, but nothing more. Also, going over the text, put some transparent element over that text, whereas on the left side here you see in the graphics editor, the background for the highlighted item is darker, whereas the text is also whiter. So we have to make a lot of changes here. So first things first, let's change the color of the panel, and let's put a border properly, so we can do this proper border here and corner, the radius corner. Very similar to the way we did it. The catch here is we don't quite know the size of the whole panel, which is the beauty of it, because the panel is kind of adjusting itself. So it's simple enough, so let's go and do it here. In here, pop-up menu, panel. We are already working with a flat surface, which is good. This is very similar to how we styled the base area for the drop-down menu. So in fact, I'm gonna go and copy this flat style and actually make this area bigger. So style box flat. This is going to be the same style. So I'm just going to leave it like this. And at least I thought I did. Okay, let me did. Pop-up menu. Okay, clear this, paste. Maybe I didn't actually hit the button. Okay. I guess I forgot to hit something there. So right away we have the proper margins applied. The border is applied. The rounded corner is applied. If you want to be really anal about something, both the main section and the expansion, they have border top defined as 1 pixel. Maybe in one of these cases, say for the main section, you want to remove the border bottom, so that's 0. Or you want to remove border top for the bottom section, the expansion section. However, among these two options, I think the second choice makes much more sense, because if you remove the border bottom from the main section of drop-down menu, that bottom line will not render, but you want that. So you may want to remove the border top for the expansion. So this is the expansion pop-up menu, panel, style box flat. And we want to remove up, so we do this. Now you probably noticed that the main section is gone too. That's because this style box flat is a copy of the main section, so they are actually one and the same instance. So if I put this back on, it's going to fix it for both. So if you are copying and pasting stuff, remember that at some point you want to customize it. So remember to hit this make unique. Now when I make a change here, I might still be editing the old one, because I have to click this one. Sorry, I made that unique, but I didn't actually click it. Now this is gonna do it. 0. It's not gonna change it, but it's in fact changing it for the pop-up menu. So now there's that there isn't double lines here. It's fine. And if you want to exaggerate it and see that it's in fact unique, and here's the unique part. Now, beyond a certain point, of course, it's aesthetics. And you might be thinking, well, I have some kind of a weird gap here because it's just turning the corner there, right? Whereas here, maybe that's not that noticeable. Maybe because I exaggerated the corner radius, maybe it's making, a very wide turn here, or maybe narrow. So it gives more gaps. Maybe the corner radius should be 2 or 1. So it's gonna give this illusion that there isn't much gap. But that is also possible. Or you could disable the top left and the top right border. Sorry, the corner radius for the pop-up menu. So beyond a certain point, it is going to be a matter of taste. But you could be as pixel perfect as you want. So I believe this is as close as you can get. So now let's deal with the text portion. It should be taller, and maybe we'll investigate that highlight part. And let's not forget the separators. So the height is going to be we're gonna give some kind of room. Where can we give that room now? We already discussed margins in the context of panels and their style flat, but here we don't want to give space to the overall thing, because if we apply margin, either to expand margin or content margin, it's going to affect the whole area. We kind of want it for individual items. So having it done here is not going to change anything for the individual items. So I'm just going to investigate whether this separation is going to do something. It might. So I'll put maybe 8 here, run it. Okay, I believe we are moving in the right direction. Maybe that should be 15. This 15, I think, was the margin we applied. Push the text off this left side. I don't think that's actually doing anything, but this is how we learn. By the same token, why are we not making this 15? See if it's actually affecting anything. It's not. Okay. We may have to revert those, but let's keep investigating. Color again is not something we want to touch. This proved to be useless. Font. This is the font separator. Okay. So what should we do here? So maybe it's actually somewhere here still, because we are talking about the style of each item. We have dealt with the panel, which is the overall structure. Maybe the separator needs to be styled separately. Maybe for this, we can start by putting an empty style. Maybe this is already going to solve a problem. And what problem is that? I was hoping to get rid of this highlight. It didn't. That's because that's the hover case. But I'm still gonna come back to this. So like this is kind of like how you maybe imagine how things might go. So like I was trying to change the separator, and then I thought, well, if I empty it, is it gonna get rid of that transparent looking overlaid stuff? It didn't. Well, that's because that happens when I hover. So when you do the style box empty, it's actually helping that case, but it's still not helping the separator itself. But now is maybe our chance to do something here. So with the empty, remember, there is nothing rendered, but you can still adjust the content margin. And in fact, this is something we want. So I believe the left margin is already handled by the panel itself. So we want to change just the top and the bottom. This might be useful. So I'm going to put 10 for each. So maybe 10 here too. Let's run. I scratching my head right now because I was expecting to see something. And then thinking back, this is still a separator. So we don't want to change the separator yet. Speaking of which, maybe now is a good chance to talk about separator, because once I fix the height for text, maybe by that point I will find out that separators should also be part of this solution. But sometimes you go in one direction, you fix a certain problem, but you have to introduce more elements to your structure, which may throw things off in a bad way. So we need separator, as we see in here. We do not have separators in our drop down, and this is the part that I was kind of complaining about. So how do you create separators is a click of button, but here's a problem. If I choose this, does it mean that when I show portfolio, is it going to separate it from, is it going to add a separator after I display portfolio? In other words, is there going to be a separator between portfolio and graphic design text? Let's see. There is not going to be a text between portfolio and graphic design. Portfolio itself will be the separator. Now, that actually looked confusing because this text became part of the separator. So that is actually essentially what's going on. So if I remove this text, that index 0 item is still set as separator with no text, and we don't get to see any separator. That's because I intentionally did this. I emptied it. So I'm going to revert this to its default case. Now we are really going to see a separator with this default line without text. So this is a bit of a problem. Why? Because this is kind of like a productivity problem. Well, okay, I don't want to have this here as a separator. I want this to be portfolio still. I want to put a separator between these two items. Well, how do I do that? Well, maybe I add another item here and I say, well, make this a separator and then move this in between these two. You cannot do that here. So unfortunately, you have to do this. Empty the text from the previous item, set that as a separator, and then make this a normal item. So you, I think, quickly realize a productivity problem there, because to accomplish this, you have to keep adding more items only to move the text in between fields, because there is no reordering possible here. You could be passing all this information in the right order, the order you want. With code, then you can do anything you want because you have the flexibility. Unfortunately, right now, using an interface like this is gonna limit your options. It's a bit of a problem. So if I were you, I would construct this beforehand. And now focus on styling. So it might be confusing. So for that reason, to keep things simple, I'm going to add one more item, not many more because I don't want to run out of time. So maybe web design as well. So we are going to add first a separator, because this is why I feel this workflow is problematic, because it's tempting to type web design right now. And then adding the separator after this, hoping to move it in lieu of this, is a problem. And also it's tempting to hit this and add another item where we type web design. And then problem is this text will be left over. Before you know it, you render it, and that item 3 is going to be part of the separator. So be careful with this structure. It will be very annoying. Now this is fine. And although I seem to get no results 5-10 minutes ago when I was doing the separation, age separation or other things, maybe that's because I did not have a separator in my item list. But now that I have, there is some kind of heading going on. Maybe there is still something here. Maybe we'll still go and investigate something here, but I just want to revert this for now to see what is happening. Because sometimes the things that look promising to you, they don't yield a result, but because a prerequisite was not satisfied, so maybe it was the right idea, but was not the right time to see its effect. So this looks more like what we want. In fact, items are properly aligned. Maybe 4 just happens to be the perfect size. The separator is not aligning with the left and right border. So that's something we can fix. That is still promising. And we'll do that and then conclude this component. So here in this area again, I got rid of this because I didn't want it to be empty. It is supposed to be some color or something. So you could go with flat, but I'm going to investigate line because we kind of want to render a line. Like we don't have a surface where we want to apply flat color, although it is still a flat color. The structure is more like a line. So choose line here. And this way, basically by this point, we have tried every single combination here. So this basically concludes all the options. So the color here is black. We don't want it to be black, but let's just run and then see what it does. It's black. It still has that border snap issue, but let's pick the color that we want, which is the border color. Is this color. Let's still see the snap problem. Okay, we can actually fix that. And how do we fix that? Well, here are your options. Is grow, begin, grow, end. It's tempting, so let's see what they say. So this could go both ways. It could go negative or positive. If set to negative, the line will begin inside the stylebox line's bounds. Maybe, maybe not. So let's do 12. Begin. So 12 is extending out, like positive is extending out. That's why it was saying 12 is gonna be inside. Inside means if I put minus 12, it would actually assume this as its zero case, and it would go this way. So we don't want to go inside or like in the negative direction. We want to grow out in the positive, or like grow out means it's growing bigger out of its bounds. So it's tempting to put minus 12 because you kind of want to go in the x direction like negative, but it is really not the case. I believe 14 will be the value for both begin and end. Let's try this. Maybe I chose the other one wrong. I might have. That also depends on what I did for as if at some point I adjusted the margin for something. Yeah, because I chose left 15 and right 10 here. In the case of separator, this should be possibly not. There's 1 pixel off. Sorry, 5 pixels difference. So this is it. So if you want to be extremely sort of like accurate, maybe okay 14 for both, then you change the other to 15 instead of 15 and 10. But either way, this is the visual representation of what you see here, with one detail left. The power item has this background color. Let's see if we can do that. It's not crucial, but it would be nice to have that kind of effect. Why not? So for that, still gonna come here, and in the hover case, remember we emptied this. So without the empty case explicit, this is defaulting to this weird highlight. We kind of want that highlight, but in a different color. So again, you rarely do anything from A to Z with all the steps known beforehand. This is more like an organic sort of like discovery case. So maybe this is the color we want. Okay. So in fact, it is the same color. the margin is off. So this is when you kind of work things out with proper expand margin, content margin, that sort of case. At some point though, changing values here may affect, or these values may be affected by changes you have made somewhere else. It's going to be a combination of things. I think I'm going to turn off my, let's see. Night light setting off because the screen is very dark for me. Okay. So there's a dark background here. Let's see how we can deal with this. The annoying part in this pop-up menu case is that the changes that you are making here, you cannot really reflect them here. I'm hoping to see if this is actually, like maybe there's a press case here where we would actually see things expanded, but unfortunately there isn't. You could actually simulate some buttons as pressed. Unfortunately, it doesn't reveal its pop-up menu part. So you still have to run it to see the changes. So this is going to be a little bit trial and error. So for the hover case, I'm going to hope that this is a content margin issue, although I kind of feel like this is going in the wrong direction. So left 15 because that was the magic number somewhere else. Did not do any change here. By the way, yeah, this is the hover state. So maybe this is when I actually expand the margin. So let's do 15. As you can see that 15 is now taking that background highlight and pushing it 15 pixels to the left. And because we have 1 pixel border, so that value should be 14. So this is going to be 14 and this is going to be 9 because that's also the separator value that I used here. 14 and 9. Similarly, for top and bottom, if this is the separation, maybe multiple of this value will be relevant for the hover case to expand the margins. So I'm going to put 4 and 4 here. See where we are going. Now I was thinking maybe double that, because if you have that much separation, that amount is applied to the bottom and the top of each item, but since each item has that much gap, in total you have double that amount in between items. So you have to, that's why I was using the word multiples, most likely double the value. And you may have to take into account 1 minus because of the border. In this case it didn't matter, because maybe I adjusted it somewhere else. This is it. So now you see the hover flat color applied to the background of the hovered item, and the text changes also. The font color is again very subtle, this sort of change, which is not that pronounced when it's kind of interactive there, but there is some change. Here the funny thing is, because this flat color is over the darker surface that is this blurred image, it's hard to notice that, I believe. So I'm gonna try to take it and move it maybe somewhere more uniform. I'm hoping to see that difference minimized. And maybe this color is not the right color. Maybe really it should be something really dark. Maybe it should be something 22222. That might be too dark. And I kind of remember at some point I applied transparency to certain things, right? So anyway, that is now done properly. It's just a matter of the right color. Maybe I'll go with this color first and move this in this direction. So at this, it's the same brown tone, but darkened instead of pitch dark. Maybe I moved it too far up or down. So I think I'm calling it. This is good enough. And you can play with these values any way you want. I have a feeling, I think at some point I picked 10 somewhere as the top margin, so this 8 also doesn't seem right to my eye. Regardless of that H separation, V separation, this looks more pixel perfect. But again, maybe bottom should be 9 because of that border. Okay, this is more like it. Also, because things are kind of block elements, I don't need to be over the text. I could be in this blank area. I'm still going to highlight the portfolio item. Very similar to the way post is highlighted, even though I'm on the right side here, because it's taking the whole section there. So this is how you style a drop-down menu or menu button in Godot. Option menu is similar. So the extra change you'll have to make is to its checked states, because it comes with icons. So you are maybe adding icons, but the core part is pop-up menu. Sorry, there's a core part to both option menu and menu button. There's also the expanded part, which is pop-up menu. So when you change the style for these parts, you are changing the look of one component. I think I'm gonna grab some water, which doesn't warrant putting the stream on pause. And when I'm back, we are gonna continue with the styling of more components, most likely checkbox and regular button. Okay, let's do checkboxes. So let's throw a checkbox here inside this panel, because why not? So a checkbox is a type of button. It's a special case which has a binary choice, which is it is either clicked or not clicked. I'm gonna move this here, and I will call this I'm an unselected checkbox, and I'm going to duplicate this, push it down. In fact, instead of leaving them kind of there haphazardly, I'm gonna stick them inside a Vbox. The Vbox will be here. These two will be inside the Vbox. And for the second one, I am going to change this to on a selected checkbox, and I'm going to keep it pressed. So now the goal is to change the look of this checkbox to what we see here. Where do we see that? So we need to be exporting this. Now, in some PSD files, you are going to find three states, three visuals for checkboxes. That's because I think that's coming from, I'm gonna call it Microsoft World, because they have, I believe they introduced that concept first. There's the not selected case, of course. There's the selected case, but also known as check state, but also semi-checked, or kind of not quite defined. There's sort of this in limbo case. I think, like you might be wondering, like how could it be in sort of in between case? I believe this is how they do it. So say you have 10 options. Each one of these options could be either selected or not selected. But there is, imagine these 10 options are relevant to a bigger functionality. So they are kind of grouped under a behavior, right? So the main core behavior, you are going to see its icon sort of semi-selected. There's this sort of like not properly defined, because if all the 10 inner items are selected, the topmost or the group checkbox will look selected. But if only one of the 10 is unchecked, then that top checkbox goes in between unchecked and checked. There's this sort of like semi-selected state. Well, most of them are kind of selected. There are some selections, but not fully selected. So there's that sort of fuzzy state, right? So this is what that graphic piece is about. I believe this is unchecked. It's clearly looking like, unchecked. And this looks fully green, it is checked. And this is maybe, we don't quite know. There have been some selections here and there, but it's not fully on yet. Now, in this case, we are going to keep things simple, and I'm going to assume this is unchecked. This looks more unchecked, and here's the filled green. This clearly looks more checked than this one. Because when I see a piece of graphic like this, for me at least in my mind, it's tempting to see a tick icon. In my mind, it's kind of harder to go from this state to this state when it's checked. These two, I don't know, there's something much more obvious. And here too, it's like, well, kind of looks grayed out, right? This is there should have been something filled here. Well, here it is, it's filled. It kind of looks too empty in that sense, similar to this one. So I'm going to go and select these states. The size is correct for both, and although these two have different size than these two, it's not a big problem at this state. But if you want to align your components perfectly, maybe you introduce one more pixel here, so it's 21 by 23. So at least their tops are aligned and the bottoms are also perfectly lined up. If you are stacking these components, maybe that one pixel will matter. Right now I don't care, but also this is something that I discussed during the course. And I also mentioned this earlier with buttons and shadows. So this is going to be, I already see a bit of a problem here in the export, the slice interface here. Maybe you are noticing it too. So where are the selected green parts in those items there in their previous state? There is not. So which means when I export this stuff, I gotta go check the door quickly. Be back very quickly. Okay. So the problem will be that the color that's indicating the selected property behavior of these components, they will not be exported. So this is not a Godot issue. This is kind of a generic workflow issue. In this app, when I'm defining this area, it's actually only taking into account the piece of graphic itself, but not what it's seen underneath. Which is kind of good, because if it took into account what you see as a sort of like a, you just punch this section out, which means it's not going to take into account the transparency. It's going to include the brown background for this piece, but we want that area to be transparent. So for now, the solution to this particular problem, as far as we are concerned in Affinity Designer, is that you group these two pieces. So now this actually acts like one piece, because before when I sliced it, I was only slicing it for this piece. So you group these two pieces, and in fact I gotta do it for these two and also for the rest. Okay. So then this actually acts like a component, and now you can label your, you can rename your label, or you can label your label, whatever, according to the intended case. So this is maybe radio button off, radio button on. So let's go back to this case. Now, slices. This is still going to use the old system. I believe I was in the right section here, so let me click this. Let's delete these cases. I'm going to select the graphic again, create slice. Now I have the green part included. This is correct. It's hard to see that detail here, but I believe it's grouped properly. And this should be okay. So now let's export this as radio button off. Now you might also consider this as an icon case, and you might want to put them under icons. That's actually okay. This is part of your workflow. There's no absolute rule here. Like there are certain things you must do in Godot, and there are things like this that you could be following your own workflow. So, or naming convention or filing convention. So icon, radio button, this is going to be the on case. On, not on. And now checkbox off. Checkbox off. I'm gonna copy this and checkbox on case. Okay, now let's go implement them in Godot. So for the checkbox, we can right away go to our theme and say, here's our checkbox instance or item type. Because we had this tab open for pop-up menu, it automatically put us here. And in fact, this is where we are going to do our work. So I'm going to move this up and make this area bigger so you see the options. So we have checked disabled. So that's not something we have in our graphics graphic file. So you may want to create a disabled state for your checkbox, which means you are going to have like one more piece of graphic. Then I'm not gonna investigate radio yet. So we have checked disabled. We have unchecked, which is the opposite of checked. But then we also have unchecked disabled. So this is the opposite of checked disabled. So that brings us to this. So if you want to be thorough, you need to have 4 cases. So you need to have the checked, unchecked, checked disabled, and unchecked disabled. Because this is, it is possible to have an option disabled. It might just be checked at some point, but it is no longer possible for you to change the state of that option. So it's disabled to you, but it happened to be checked, or it is maybe checked for you by default, but it's disabled, so you cannot uncheck it. Cases like that. That's an application logic, but you could assign the appropriate parts here. So for now, we are going to be concerned about checked and unchecked. So for the checked, assign a new piece of graphic, which is going to be icon checkbox on. So as soon as I do this, I'm going to see this checked state here. This is still the old one here at the top, unselected. And maybe I should have typed unselected. Checkbox off goes here, and that's going to populate it for the upper item. So now I have I'm an unselected checkbox case where I'm changing it to selected case, vice versa, and they behave themselves. Now in our graphics file, unlike some other PSD examples I've seen, there is no example text. Sometimes you are going to have text coming next to the checkbox, which is going to show, well, how much space you want to have between the checkbox icon itself and the text. Sometimes that difference is important. In this case, there is no sample, but I believe it is possible to apply that too here in age separation. So you could be doing something like this. Maybe this looks much better because it's roomier, right? So this is important to that extent. So similarly, you can work on radio buttons. I'm going to copy this, push this aside, and this is going to be radio buttons. So this is something I discussed in detail in the Udemy course I'm going to briefly mention it here. There is no radio button component in Godot, but you could be turning the checkbox components into radio buttons by doing one simple thing. It's by grouping them. So when I have these two selected, I assign them a new button group, and automatically by logic, Godot thinks, well, if they belong to the same button group, there can only be one selected. So since the selected case is the bottom one, it shows the filled icon, and the top one is the unselected or unchecked or unpressed. So now we go back to our theme options. As I said, there is no radio button. So like, you don't need to add a radio button. We did that for a section button because we wanted to customize a button. But here, we are not quite customizing it in that sense. We are kind of giving more information to missing parts. Like there's already a radio definition here done. Because even the fact that these icons change automatically and we have this structure, this is your starting point. So here in the radio checked and unchecked, we are going to do something similar. So for the icon, radio button checked, we'll drop it in there, and unchecked case is going to be exactly like this. Let's run it. So unlike checkboxes, I'm going to change the text here. Unlike checkboxes where you can have multiple selections, you can only have one selection because they belong to the same group, but only one can be selected. So this is a powerful feature. I'm going to just change the text and think of the next item I can tackle. Okay. You might be wondering about the focus blue. Whichever item gains focus has that blue. Two solutions. One is you change the focus mode so that it's not always enabled. You set it to none. You can do that for each item here. So you'll either do multiple selection and say none, or if you want to do it at the theme level, you could do so by giving an empty style to its focus. So this is now going to disable all checkbox focus cases, make it empty. Now when you select things, there isn't going to be that blue outline. That might be needed if you want to point out the focused item, but if you don't, then this is kind of an easy change, right? For all checkboxes. And since even a radio button is a checkbox, it's affected. So what else we can do? Zoom out a bit. I already see a candidate here. This is a check button, off and on state. So let's do that quickly as well. So here's, sorry, I'm in export persona. I'm going back to the designer persona. So here's the base, and here's its moving part. So these two should be grouped. Similarly, these two should be grouped. In the export persona, I select this piece, slice, double check the sizes, they look correct to me. And this is going to be, this is where things, it may go kind of the normal way instead of saving them as icons. This is debatable. Like, this is kind of like the whole component itself, right? If you are exporting major chunks of components, maybe those components prefix assets should be in their own folder outside icons. You could certainly go that way. You could have a check button folder here. We could have done so for checkbox and radio buttons too. So I just want to initiate that example. For that reason, I'm going to put it here inside that folder. The reason why I'm also saying that is because if you know that you are exporting the off state for check button and that will be contained in its folder, maybe you don't need this metadata. Maybe you could just say this is the off state for this component. That will also save you from some typing or kind of why are you putting metadata as the file name. You usually do that if you're dumping everything in a root folder. If everything was in assets folder, this is where you would have to type check button off or some other situation off and on. Here I want to go with the on and off example, except I actually chose the wrong name. That should have been on. And now this case will be off. Double click, hit done. So back in Godot, now I'm going to create another section. And I want to turn this into a check button. The name is gonna stay checkbox. That's actually okay, but if you want to be thorough and do check button, I'm going to delete this one, duplicate this guy, and I'm going to press on. This is one of those kind of weird cases, like, do you want to have text for your check button? Maybe. This is like the reason why this looks weird is because like the text is kind of misleading. Like this, it's as if there should be something else here. Like you should have meaningful lines here. Anyway, I think I'm just confusing myself and you too. Maybe I'm going to put this here. Check button. This should be. What I'm trying to say is that once I update the graphics, it'll make much more sense. So for that, we'll go back to our theme, and maybe now is a good time to use some other option here instead of typing it here. It's convenient to choose this here, but sometimes if you don't know the name of the component you want to style, you kind of see it here. You can also do this like components picker. This is the check button, so it's going to highlight the proper component. Be careful though, because this is an active scene. For example, all these components are stacked in Vbox container, so you may end up choosing Vbox container. If that's your intention to style, go for it, but in this case I want to choose check button. If I go in between items, you know how Vbox container is separating items, there's the 4 pixel separation. If I'm in there, it's gonna gain focus on Vbox container, but instead I want to choose check button. So we do this, it's going to add it to this list. It's now here. You can also access that list here. Check button. So what do you want to change? We want to change its icon. So we have off icon and on icon. Here we want to find the off here assigned and on assigned here. So this is now correct. So I'm in unselected check button and I need to remove this N. So here it is. So you can do the checked, unchecked, I think you kind of see the problem here. Because I duplicated this case from radio buttons and these two belong to the same group. Just going to clear this here. They will act individually. Maybe that's what I was trying to kind of say to myself, and I was saying it is getting confusing. Now these two act more like checkboxes, but visually, you know, there's this sort of switch-like thing, on and off. This is in a sense on and off too, but I guess deep down people feel this is more like an on and off. So although all the other cases here have the text right aligned, here for check buttons by default the text is left aligned. So this is something you want to, sorry, I chose the wrong thing, icon align. Am I thinking of the right thing and saying the wrong thing? In fact, icon align left, the icon should have been on the left. Interesting enough. When I say icon align left, there is no icon assigned. Therefore, this is going to apply to these options are the same options that we see here. That's why it's not meaningful. I'm gonna add a simple check button and type some text because this is confusing me. Do I remember this from another app where the icon here was rendered on the left and the text on the right? Maybe I remember it wrong. Either way, if you want to have just the icon without text, so the text could be rendered, then you have just the check button and a label maybe wrapped inside Hbox. That's certainly possible. Maybe this is the intended use, I don't know, because maybe this makes much more sense because all those icons are right aligned, and when I do the text, like say text right aligned, maybe this is a long form and you want these to align perfectly. So the text is kind of a variable length. It kind of flows like this. Maybe that makes some sense. Or the text is always here and these guys are aligned. And similar to checkbox, you should be able to change the separation. Maybe this should be 10. Something like this. And maybe if this is actually 50, then you put some. This also looks nice too. If this was like a form you are filling out, something's on and off. Maybe I remember having the text on the right in some other app as default. Either way, you have options. This is not something I utilize most of the time. This is something that I'm okay with, but this is not something I most of the time. So let's change the name for this Vbox, and this is going to be check buttons for completeness sake. Let's save, run the app. This is fine. And again, with the focus case, you could empty it for all the check buttons. Let's do that. Focus. Done. Drop down is working fine. This is again a style choice. They wanted to go with transparent background for items. That's what it looked like. So if the expansion is gonna go over items or under items, you're gonna have sort of like this Z layer issue. So either the drop down text will render above or below the text that the bottom section is expanding over. So that's something you gotta keep in mind. Here, it's kind of convenient that they put it here. It's as if there's never going to be anything underneath. It's a work in progress. I'm gonna skip this part for today because I have maybe 30-35 minutes left. This is something I discuss extensively in the Udemy course. There is no simple component such as this in Godot. This is a composite case where you combine simple buttons with a mix of Hbox, margin container, and panel. But the idea is very similar to what we have been doing all along, is to reveal some sections, some color information from the parent structure. So the parent is holding margin information and some color information. So you have this sort of separation between buttons, but then only one of them can be selected, and we have already seen that by turning checkboxes into radio buttons. So here only one of them can be selected. A use case for a toggle button is when you want to align your text, say in a word editor, text editor. The text can either be left aligned, center aligned, or right aligned. So in this case, let's say it's the center aligned. You could replace the text with an icon, so that way there can only be one selection. So again, there is no one simple component where you could just type 3 pieces of text to get this. You have to construct something somewhat manually, but it's a composite component example. Again, in the course I talk about extreme cases like that too. So what else can we do today before I wrap up in half an hour? I want to show something like, different and exciting in a sense, not repeat myself. I briefly mentioned that I can do this. Because here's an example. I'm going to debate that point, but maybe not do it. So the experience you gained for skinning this menu button, this has similar moving parts, right? Because the menu button base itself could have a piece of graphic this big from here to here, which is mostly transparent with this icon. So that could be the selected case, or the hover case, or the press state. In its normal case, maybe it's still transparent here, and even here transparent, but just the cog icon itself. So it's mostly transparent in its normal state. Then in the hover state, you have sort of this dark background just underneath the icon, right? So that's the base case for the menu button. Then in the pop-up case, pop-up menu case, well, you've already seen how to style it. You can give enough margins to have this height for the text. And this doesn't even look that special. There is no separator. It's just text. So if you could do this, like this had many more moving parts than this simple case. So that could be something you can try on your own. Let me know. So the text is, maybe I'll show some stuff with text because maybe the font default font and label information is good starting point, but maybe I should emphasize, because here you see different pieces of text, different size, right? So how do you deal with a situation like that? The clue there is, when I was designing the buttons for the main menu, I chose to go with a section button as a custom button, right? I didn't want to override all the button cases, so you could go that way. You could say, well, here's a type of label, it's specifically this size, right? You could say label, maybe it's like in web, you have heading 1 to 6. They come with different sizes. So you could go that way, and you could say the biggest case and the normal case, and even like a smaller case, because you actually see it. This seems to be the normal font case. T-shirt here is, it's like a headline. These two are maybe the same, but in fact even this is slightly smaller. Then you have really big cases like this, and this even looks bold. So you could do that too with different label variations, and that variation will simply be the same as, you know, as soon as you introduce it, it's going to be listed here. So that's one way. But I think besides picking simple font sizes for different label needs, I'm going to turn a label into a component like this. What do I mean by a component? So this actually looks like a component in 3 different states. So this is notification component, in a sense, something that I also cover in the course. So we are going to take a label component and make it look like component with proper background, you know, a certain style of text, maybe its icon. So this is going to have some programmatic parts, but it's also going to act like a component in a sense. So you could drag and drop this component from your file system to your Godot scene, and maybe start changing its cases. So I'm going to create a components folder in the root, and I'm gonna create another folder here and say this is going to be notification. Okay. In fact, this is going to be a scene where we start with the label, and I'm gonna call this notification. This is, I'm most likely going to change this a few more times, so let me just leave it as label for now, because it's going to change. This should be notification. In the end, I'm going to make the root node rename to notification, but not right now. So I would like this component to have some color as background, some text. So the text itself is the label, actually. So like when we type this label, or the text for this label, it is the text. The icon is missing, which is not something the label component by default brings. So the button component brings you the icon, but it's clickable. So we don't want the notification to be clickable. We want it to act more like a read-only thing, which is a label. But we want to have the functionality of an icon. So that's missing from here. It's as if you could start with a button and kind of disable it. That's one way. So you could actually really have a button component. You don't have to do what I'm doing now. Right? This sort of like notification component. You could have a button component with its text, proper background color, because we've already seen how to do that with style box flat. You could give proper margins and such. You could assign its icon and basically set its disable property true, right? So since it's going to be disabled, you can click it, but in its disabled state, it looks more like this. So that's one way, but I'm going to show a bit more advanced way. So this is going to be, I'm going to pick maybe a minimum size. Maybe this is too much. Maybe I'll go half the size, maybe, I don't know, 440 by 440 by 80 pixels. Let's do this. Okay. So we need something for color. Let's see if we can assign style information. In fact, we can. So this is also good too. So let's actually do something like this here. This could very well be one of those colors, right? It actually has gradients, kinda, looks like, but the gradient is coming from, I believe there's transparency here, which is revealing the blurred out image in the background, because you can clearly see that differentiation here. So most likely this has I don't know what they did here, but thinking maybe there's even like a layer effect applied here. I don't quite know what they did. I don't see the alpha here. That's a design choice. Anyhow, let's go with maybe 80% green color. So we need a way to change the color. We also need to assign icons. So for the icon, we can actually do the icon. So let's select the icon, slice, 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 and these can go in the icon folder. So we can say assets, icons. This is the error case, icon, error. And this is going to be icon check. I think this check means it's success, because it's a successful green case, right? The other one was error, and this is more like a warning case, which is also dictated by this alert label. Warning or alert. Okay. So before I move forward, I know I'm going to regret this and then change it. Let's keep this notification, right? So let's add this component to our scene. I'm going to add it to this panel. So you instance a new scene. So I'm going to do it by clicking this button. So I'm going to include a notification component from folder. Here's my notification component. Now, this really is a component right now, although deep down it's kind of a label component. Maybe we'll add more stuff here. So, but you are basically exposing everything a label has to the outside world. So it can actually get really powerful depending on how complex of a structure you have here inside. So this is going to be the warning case, has been warned. Maybe this is going to be the warning case. So we want this text to be vertically centered. Maybe we don't want to do it here. Maybe that's a by default thing, right? So let's put some arbitrary text here to see what we are doing. Maybe this should always be centered. Also, we should always have some kind of a heading. Something we can do here in the flat color, because remember here content margin left is going to change that. Maybe this should be 25. So the icon is missing. Again, there is no icon here. But we can actually do that by enhancing this component. Now I want to create a script here with empty template. This script is going to be saved into the same notification folder here. So this is now a self-contained component, right? So everything about this component is here. So this component is in essence extending a label. This needs part, which is going to be texture, which is going to be an icon as the exposed part to the interface. So it's going to require some kind of texture. You could be typing the type of texture here too, but this is like the most generic case. So let's type this and then see how it goes. So in the main app, I gave a custom label. You already saw this, but now this is new. So we can add custom icon here. So let's add from icons. This is going to be the warning icon. We assign this, but nothing happens in here because we're not doing anything with that icon yet. So one way to react to those changes is to create a set get and say once the icon is set, there's going to be a new value coming in, which is going to override the icons the icon will be replaced with the value. Also, this is where we'll do something. That's something is gonna be maybe updating the icon. So we don't have a way to show the icon yet. So let's go inside here, and we need maybe texture rect. Remember that guy, which is just a piece of graphic that we applied to position these guys. They were not quite buttons, but we said, well, maybe they are useful. So here it is. So let's align this guy to be center right. So this seems to be a good enough position. I'm going to push it in maybe 25 pixels. I'm guessing that's how much space I gave to this text. So I'm going to do shift arrow left click once, twice, maybe 5 more pixels. So this needs to be updated with the texture that we are providing from outside. So we shouldn't actually fill this in. I'm gonna keep this text here for now because I think we are gonna come across a problem soon. So I'm anticipating that. What we want to do is, as soon as we update the icon, we want to maybe change this icon. Its texture property. This is the texture property with the icon itself. So when a new icon is passed, we store that value in this variable, and that happens to be the icon for the icon's texture. So let's see if this works. So we already have this, and here it's not shown because for things to work in the editor while you are editing, you need a keyword that is tool. So now this should work. So you have this icon populated by virtue of this being assigned here, which is triggering that set get and updating the texture property of that texture rect, which means now instead of having a warning icon, you can have this and the icon will be updated. Now, of course, you have to maybe update the size of this, but that's something that can be easily done. Because I believe by default it is putting 40 by 40 as its rect. Yeah, so this should change to whatever you exported here. what did we pick? 27 by 26. And of course, when you do that, you have to update your reference here again. Enter right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. So save. Come here. And this is now perfectly centered top to bottom and maybe away from the right side. Now let's change this text. Maybe we put longer text, just enough, but let's keep more. So this is when maybe you want to enable some error checking or, you know, investigate some options here. But also remember, whatever you do here, you're customizing it in the copy. So if you figure out what settings work here and maybe they should work permanently, you gotta go back and change it in the component definition. So maybe auto wrap is okay, and maybe beyond a certain like amount of text, maybe you cut it off. Again, you can do so by putting you know, like a mechanism here where you say, well, when the text is too long, maybe cut it off and put like 3 dots, something like that. That's not our concern right now. My immediate concern is this. It's as if this text could very well be cut off earlier instead of trying to go as far right as possible. This is the default behavior. Normally, a label will try to occupy as much space as possible, then go down. In fact, we are kind of changing that behavior by providing a left margin here, because we basically said don't start exactly where your bounding box starts, because that's the default behavior. We wanted it to start having some padding or margin. We basically did that in this area. Remember this content margin? So we need to have a right margin. So remember, 25 was for the icon, the space between the icon and the right side of the notification. There's the 26 for the width of the icon. So there's at least 50. And we want to give maybe 15 or 20. So maybe we'll put like something like 70 here. So save, go back to app, and 70 is roughly here. So this is how far the text will go before it's cut off. And of course, beyond a certain limit, like maybe 3 lines is still okay. And 4 lines, maybe now is a good time to introduce top margin as well. And this component is going to have some, you know, more mileage. Of course, if you're putting body of text that big, maybe your notification shouldn't be this big. Maybe this size is still okay, but you don't want it to be hundreds of lines. And those are different concerns, but I believe this component is kind of finished, right? So similarly, how far can you take this? We are able to change the icon manually. We are not able to change the background color, but there is already some relationship between these two. For the warning case, it's orange based background color. For success, it's green. For the error case, it's red. But if instead of manually providing icons, we could change the state of this component. We could say this is a warning or alert or error component, or it's a success notification, right? And internally there are some mechanisms that are doing this for us. Because for every single thing you want to change, you're going to have to expose it to the interface. Then you're going to have weird issues like this. Well, okay, I'm changing the icon. I can change the color too. But for this icon, I know that it's supposed to be a certain color. Am I now going to do error checking where, well, you cannot assign this icon for this color? because then you're gonna have like nine cases. 3 colors and 3 icons is the Cartesian multiplication. So you wouldn't want this. So we want to do something else. So we want to do maybe some other type of structure. Maybe we do purpose, right? And maybe the purpose is going to be success or situation, case, whatever. Okay, warning. Other one is error. So that's a kind of a static thing there, right? But we are not exporting that to the interface yet. My mind might be going with Godot 4. There's a syntax difference, I think, between Godot 3 and 4. Our purpose. Okay, just do this, and I'm gonna do set and get. Okay, you can already see the purpose here, and you can only have one of these. Let's do set get, and we do set purpose. Okay, I'm going to remove this because the icon will not be relevant anymore, at least setting it from outside. Instead, we want to do that internally. So when the purpose is set, it's going to be bringing a value, and this purpose will be that value. Okay. Then, similar to how we were updating the icon, we are going to do something here. Okay. Because I disabled this, it's also kind of complaining about this. I'm going to comment this out. Let's give some more room. So here maybe we can do a match and say, what's the purpose? If the purpose is success, let's start with that. Then this is similar to this case. Okay, oops. There. Okay, texture icon is not going to be the icon we are passing, but we want to load this from the file system. This is going to be copy path here and passed as a parameter to load. Okay, and when we load this, you could preload them and store them, so you just pass the reference instead of loading them every single time. That's another trick. So this should work. I'm going to change the other cases here too. So success, warning, and error. Warning, PNG. So let's not worry about the background color yet. Let's just see if the icon is changing. Here's the success case, here's the warning case, here's the error case. So the icon is changing. So similarly, we'll change the color. So with the color, let's go to the components so I can have access to notification or the root. We want to access the style. In essence, we want to change this color. So this is not something I've done before, but should be easy enough. So I might not be privy to the exact syntax, but I think in the next 10 minutes, that's what I'll do, whether I finish it or not, and that will be the end of the stream. So the goal is this. In each of these cases, just when we are changing the texture for the icon here for the success case, we are going to access the style information and we are going to pick a different background color. So in essence, we are trying to access this particular property for its normal state in the theme options. So this is a starting point. So like this is the notification, which is self, right? So we have the theme here, and this theme is going to have some style. I'm guessing style box. That style box is going to be so it's outputting style box, that's for sure. For name, I'm either going to provide this name, which is custom styles normal. So I'm kind of confident this might be the property name that I'm supposed to pass here. I'm just worried about this theme type, because that's not an optional parameter. Gotta change the tune a bit. Returns the style box at name if the theme has theme type. If the theme has theme type. Valid theme types may be found using get style box types. Maybe if I pass this empty because it doesn't have, this is going to be custom styles normal. Also, let's look at label, theme properties. This is not the font color, constants, fonts, and styles. Style box normal. Styles. Get style. Okay, let's try. Get style box normal. It's gonna say it's expecting 2, so let's do this. So this is style box. So this is when and do a primitive print. So when the case is success, it's going to give this. I can take this back to the default case. This case, let's save this. Reset purpose, get style box in base null instance on a null instance. It could just be that there is no theme assigned. It's actually hoping that, because there is no theme assigned, it has a theme kind of applied at sort of runtime, right? It's coming in dynamically. Because this is the problem. This is going to show now here, because this is what the warning is about, or the alert is about. I cannot get style box of a null instance and hence null instance. So there is no such thing as theme. There's something as because there is no theme. I don't think this is gonna run either. This is also going to be, this is blank. So this is a new avenue for me. That's why I wasn't too confident. That's why I might wrap this up in 5 minutes, because that's all the time pretty much I have. But this is applied here, right? I mean, this is put there. It's a theme in a sense, although it's empty. This font information is coming there because of this. But when the tool keyword kicks in, it's trying to find the theme. It cannot find it because what it's trying to do is to really look in this field, which is null. So it's as if it's supposed to look into the theme as a rendered option, not as an explicit piece of information. It's as if like only after the fact, when you are done rendering, just like you see it here. Like surely you must be aware of your theme because you are rendering something. But do this kind of access here after that. It's kind of too primitive, too early to call this here. So at this point to have a somewhat cheap solution, this is what I'm going to suggest in this time frame. Here's our color thing. Get rid of this. Because I got rid of that, maybe undo that, because that was... This is what's pissing me off about Godot sometimes. Like I just changed something and I'm trying to undo. It's taking me back to that other scene because I'm trying to undo in this scene. Scene specific undo is sometimes not possible. I wanted to keep that margin here, like it removed it. So I want this to be empty. It could be 25. Now I probably undid a bunch of other things here, which is only this. Okay. So here's empty. So we have this. So maybe we apply color rect here. Okay. And maybe this should be here. Just over there. The text color should be different. In fact, this color rect color will be different. Let's do that. So this is some orange color. Okay. So in the warning case, color rect color will be this, and error case will be and the success case will be this. So this is another cheap solution if you don't want to deal with theme sort of like in the background. There are some internal engine mechanisms. Okay, it's doing something. Right, there you go. Yeah, it was, I guess, reverting to that original state. Success is... Did I put the wrong color? Yeah, I put the wrong color. Success was this. Yeah. Warning is this. Error is this. Success is this. This color, of course, looks off because I honestly think they did something here that is... this is not the right tone. I'm picking the color from here, but it kind of looks different. Yeah. I honestly think there's something going on here with the opacity, which is revealing more of that background color that actually looks darker, because this shade here is not this either. Anyhow, this is something that you can play with. Maybe the display of text is a bigger issue. Maybe that text shouldn't be white. Nevertheless, not even sure if we can see the text anymore. That's interesting. How come I get to see the icon as part of this label as child, but this is canceling out the whole label display? Anyway, on that note, I think this is now a good time for me to wrap up and say goodbyes. So today I took many PSD files from the same set, and basically I went as far as implementing the main menu. We created buttons with icons, proper font choice perhaps, the spacing is done. We created this structure as Vbox. We have an Hbox structure here that are part of, that is also a sibling to the menu, and those two together, they are part of Vbox, and we have a separate Vbox here, and this section is the main content area. We did not try to make this functional, meaning you click these options, they are not changing anything here. That's what the design is intending for, the PSD file perhaps. We did not focus on functionality like that. Instead, we tried to focus on implementing visual parts. So to that end, checkbox, radio button, check button, and drop down menu, we have designed those. So this one is actually called menu button. They said different moving parts. Style-wise, they went with transparent inner part, which is kind of making it awkward if it's expanding over items. But its highlighted background case is this dark brown. So you could be very particular. So we discussed cases like this. Then I was showing if you could create composite components where, you know, it's possible to take a basic label component to act more like, you know, a notification component. I think I got it to a point that it's working somewhat okay. But maybe it's something that will come to my mind 3 in the morning, you know, while I'm sleeping. So besides that, so the material that I have covered today is much more than that, is available on Udemy as a course. So the beauty of having streams like this is that there is ample time to discuss edge cases, to go in different directions, but it might be extremely difficult for following, you know, or like chasing the right piece of information. For that reason, I think having courses is still useful. So go check out the course, and if you click the link in the description after the stream is finished, or I think the live chat has the link, I'll get a bigger portion of your purchase. You're still paying the same money, but Udemy takes less cut if you follow the link that I'm providing. So I could be creating many more courses, and you know, if I create many more courses, I could make it cheaper for you. It's the benefit. And of course, these streams will always exist as a complement to the course to get ideas from the community. So that's about it for now, and as I said, I'm planning to stream once a week, so the next one will be next Thursday. I'll try to come up with something creative, maybe a different skinning exercise, or maybe a completely different exercise in Godot, or maybe something else. It depends, but for the time being, that's it. Have a good night.